హలో చెక్. అలా ఎవరైనా ఇగో ఇట్లా దగ్గర పెట్టుకొని మాట్లాడమని చెప్పి వస్తుంది. హలో చెక్. చెక్. హలో మైక్ టెస్టింగ్. హలో చెక్. చెక్. హలో చెక్. హలో మైక్ టెస్టింగ్. హలో.
Hello, check. Hello, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Hello, check. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check.
Hello. Hello. Today is the national workshop
Yes, sir.
on digital technologies
No.
and pedagogy. Can you? గట్టిగా మాట్లాడాలా?
Yes, it is there, sir. It is with us, reception.
Consortium for Educational Communication, CEC, New Delhi,
No.
and Educational Multimedia Research Center, EFLU, Hyderabad, organized a national workshop on digital technologies and pedagogy,
Okay.
practical approaches and ethical framework. 22nd and 20.
May I request all the participants to occupy the front rows so that the others who come little late may occupy the rows behind.
వద్దు. నాకు మైక్ ఇచ్చారా? కెమెరా ఇస్తుంటారు, కెమెరాతో కూడా మైక్ కూడా ఇచ్చారు ఇప్పుడు. హలో. మోహన్, ఐ థింక్ ఇట్స్ ఓకే. హలో. ఇది కూడా చెక్ చేసి ఇస్తారా సార్? హలో. ఉందా సార్ 100? What is your simple? At this end. Hello, hello. This is National Workshop on Digital Technologies and Pedagogy. Hello, hello. Practical approach and ethical framework. వచ్చిందా? ఓకే, మాట్లాడుతున్నాము. హలో, హలో, హలో.
Good morning, all. A very warm welcome to this workshop. I request all the participants to kindly be seated. We are going to start the inaugural function. On behalf of Consortium for Educational Communication, CEC New Delhi, and Educational Multimedia Research Center, EFLU, I welcome all the distinguished guests, resource persons, academicians, researchers, teachers, and participants gathered here for the National Workshop on Digital Technologies and Pedagogy, Practical Approaches and Ethical Framework. May I request all participants to kindly switch off their cell phones or keep it on silent mode so that we can proceed with the program without any interruptions. In today's rapidly evolving educational landscape, digital technologies are transforming the way knowledge is created, shared, and experienced. The integration of innovative digital tools with effective pedagogical practices has opened new possibilities for teaching and learning. This workshop aims to provide a platform for meaningful discussions, knowledge sharing, and hands-on learning experiences that will empower educators to enhance the quality and effectiveness of education in the digital era. We are honored by the presence of eminent dignitaries and experts whose guidance and insights will enrich the proceedings of this workshop. Their contribution to education, research, and technological innovation continue to inspire us all. With great pleasure and respect, I now respectfully invite our distinguished dignitaries to kindly grace the dais and inaugurate this workshop with their august presence. May I first invite Professor N. Nagaraju, Honorable Vice-Chancellor, EFL University, and today's chief guest to grace the dais. I request Professor Dr. Parikshat Singh Manhas, Director, Consortium for Educational Communication, New Delhi, and our today's guest of honor to kindly join us on the dais. I invite Professor G.B. Reddy, Honorable Vice-Chancellor, National University of Law Studies, Kochi, and distinguished expert and the keynote speaker to kindly take the seat on the dais. May I request Professor T.T. Srikumar, Director in charge of EMRC EFLU and convener of the workshop to kindly come on to the dais and take his seat. I also invite Srimati Sini Manchala, Registrar EFLU to kindly take the seat on the dais. I invite Dr. Sunil Mehru, Joint Director, Software CEC and convener of the National Workshop to join the dignitaries on the dais. Let us all welcome our dignitaries with a warm round of applause. Thank you all for your presence and support. I am confident that this workshop will provide valuable insights and contribute significantly to advancing digital pedagogy in education. I request all the participants to take the front seats. May I now request the dignitaries to light the lamp of the knowledge arranged to the extreme left. Huh? There, sir. There, sir. No, Once again, I extend a heartfelt welcome to everyone and wish you a fruitful and enriching workshop. May I now request Professor T.T. Srikumar, Director EMRC, to give his welcome address. Before that, I request Ms. Muskan Raj, Research Scholar, to give a brief introduction to Professor T.T. Srikumar.
Respected Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Professor Nagaraju, respected Honorable CEC Director, Professor Parikshat Singh Manhas, respected Honorable Vice-Chancellor of National University of Advanced Legal Studies, Professor G.B. Reddy, our own beloved Registrar Singh and CEC Joint Director and our close friend and coordinator of this workshop, Dr. Sunil Mehru. It's my pleasant privilege today to welcome all the dignitaries, participants, resource persons, and everyone present here to this workshop. If you ask randomly anyone what is the most important technological revolution of our times, they will invariably answer that it is AI, or artificial intelligence. But at the same time, we know that in talk about any technology, technology can be both poison and medicine. As poison, we consume it inadvertently, carelessly, and without knowing what it is. And as medicine, we follow it, following prescriptions. These kinds of workshops basically mean that we are being given the kind of prescriptions, necessary directions, how to use this medicine called artificial intelligence. So it is in this background that we have organized this workshop, which will enable the participants to confidently approach artificial intelligence as a tool in pedagogy and research. First of all, I thank CC Director, Professor Dr. Manhas sir, for graciously and generously providing the support, financial support and a material support for organizing this workshop, and I warmly welcome him to the workshop. Thank you, sir, for your presence. Our Honorable Vice-Chancellor, it goes without saying that, he's a kind of enormous presence amongst us for supporting us, inspiring us, bringing the university to new academic heights, and supporting us in all our endeavors. This workshop would not have been possible without the kind of patience and support that sir has provided. And I am very thankful to you for sir, and I welcome you to this inaugural program. Professor, Honorable Vice-Chancellor of NUALS, Professor G.B. Reddy is a close associate of EMRC for a long time. We have been, kind of in touch with for academic programs otherwise as well, and he has generously consented to come over here today and deliver the inaugural, the keynote lecture. I'm grateful to you for sir, and I welcome you to this thing. Sunil Mehru ji has been a close associate of EMRC EFLU all along, and we mostly follow the kind of directions, suggestions that he provides, and then in that sense, he is actually a part of our EMRC as well. In a very formal sense, as part of my duty, I welcome Sunil ji also to this inaugural function. Thank you, Sunil ji, for coming. Our registrar, Srimati Sini Vanchala, is also a very supportive person. In a very short time, she has become one of our very close family members. And the way in which she provides support is a unique way, the generous way. And I appreciate that very much. And then thank you very much for being a part of this endeavor along with me and other EMRC colleagues all along. Your support has been immensely helpful. And I welcome you to this. And to the resource persons and participants and other colleagues present here, I give you a warm welcome, and I hope that there will be a very productive and enriching experience of engaging with the topics that you will be dealing with in this workshop in the 2 days. Thank you very much, and once again, welcome to all.
Thank you, sir, for that inspiring welcome address. It has aptly set the tone for this national workshop. It is an absolute honor and privilege to welcome our Honorable Vice-Chancellor, the English and Foreign Languages University, Professor Nagalapalli Nagaraju Garu, to give the chairperson's remarks. Before that, I request Ms. Muskan to give a brief introduction to our Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Professor Nagaraju.
That should go, sir. Nice. I think automatically. Good morning, Honorable Director, Educational Multimedia Research, Consortium of Educational Communication,
Professor Reddy, Fellow Vice-Chancellor, and Professor Sri Kumar, Coordinator, our Registrar, and Mehruji, all the resource persons and EMRC, my colleagues of EFLU. This workshop should have come last November, but for reasons beyond the control of this university as well as the director CEC, it is now being held. And I think though it's a very immediate requirement, better late than never. I just wanted to tell two things. First, we had a long marathon meeting of the Board of Management for EMRC. EMRC at EFLU had a very distinguished past. I'm using the word past very carefully and consciously. And time now to revive it to its current requirement and living up to the current expectations. Now that, as Professor Sri Kumar has said, this is the digital era, and EMRC or even EFLU in its training arm has been one of the first and forefront, on the forefront about training and about pedagogy and all those things. Now we are coming back and we are nowhere. Let me tell you, let us be honest, we are nowhere the way things are developing. And we should catch up fast. And we should catch up fast on two things. One, pedagogy and digital technologies. I wouldn't say only AI, digital technologies. Second, the training. And I have been with the UGC officials as well as with the ministry officials. I have been pitching EFLU as having strong training arm. And I think as far as training history is concerned, hardly any institution which can match EFLU. And that we must do. And the digital technology, we are a humanities university. We don't have an AI department, or we don't have an engineering department. We don't have even an engineer. We are managing with JEs. But that should not be a setback. That should not be a limitation, because nothing could be done without digital technologies these days. Both ways it works, but still we need to pursue it in the way our institutional goals are to be achieved. That's one thing I just wanted to tell. The second thing, the pedagogy part, where we can play a very important role. Pedagogy now is being expanded on two counts. One, the post-colonial part. The second is the sustainable development part. These are the two aspects we must remember when we develop the pedagogy. In the colonial times, much of it is still being continued. What we have done is we have occluded many community knowledges, many local geographical knowledges. Time for us to bring them back to our pedagogies. Second, there is a consistent demand. There is a consistent push from all international agencies to reorient our educational agenda towards sustainable development. So pedagogy, educational agenda for us means mostly pedagogy. And this part we need to take care. I think digital technology is something which should help us, but then digital technology, there is another rider to it. Is digital technology, are all those things associated with digital technology being discussed in the public sphere or not? They have to be public sphere. One of the claims is that whatever benefits we accrue, those benefits are incidental to the private players. But we need to have education, or whatever benefits education should get, and that debate from digital technology must take place in the public sphere so that education as a public good, education as a public good gets strengthened. This aspect, I think, probably we will all need to keep in mind. And my appeal to all our teachers that let us learn the AI tools in a positive way for us to develop these pedagogies. I am sure you will all be with us in this AI, and it's not going to be the only one. Let us have a series of AI workshops, especially for teachers. We'll do that. I am in touch with the director IIT. They are going to send a couple of resource persons. Let us strengthen. Without AI, I think humanities, the next big step cannot take place. With these words, I welcome you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening remarks on the workshop. Your valuable insights and thoughtful reflections have underscored the relevance and importance of the theme and have provided an inspiring framework for the deliberations that lie ahead. We are truly grateful to your guidance and encouragement, sir. It's my distinct privilege to invite Professor Parikshat Singh Manhas, Director, Consortium for Educational Communication, to deliver his inaugural address. Before that, I request Ms. Muskan Raj to kindly give a brief introduction to Professor Dr. Parikshat Singh Manhas.
Professor Dr. Parikshat Singh Manhas is a highly accomplished academician, researcher, and educational administrator who currently serves in a vital national leadership role in India's digital and higher education landscape. Professor Manhas currently serves as the director of the Consortium for Educational Communication (CEC), where he spearheads the nation's premier digital media, ICT-driven learning innovations, and Swayam MOOCs initiatives. A senior professor from the University of Jammu, his illustrious career spans across diverse domains of academic leadership. He has served as the chairman of the J&K Board of School of Education, director of the School of Hospitality and Tourism Management, and the CEO of University's Incubation and Innovation Center. Globally recognized for his expertise in destination branding, marketing, and entrepreneurship, Professor Manhas is a recipient of prestigious international honors, including the Commonwealth Professional Fellowship in the UK and the Shastri Indo-Canadian Fellowship, with over 150 research publications and an extraordinary track record of fostering innovation. His insights are incredibly valuable to our session today. Welcome, sir.
Yeah.
On the dice, have a coffee.
A very good morning to Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Sir, Professor Nagaraju ji. A good morning to Professor Reddy, Sir, Honorable Vice-Chancellor. A very good morning to Ms. Manchala, the Registrar of this university. Good morning to our Director, EFLU EMRC, Joint Director, Dr. Sunil Mehru, our Director of Osmania EMRC, Shri Raghupati ji, our Outreach Coordinator, Ms. Mehak, and all the deans, directors, all the dignitaries present in this particular auditorium or this hall. A very good morning to all of you. Consortium for Educational Communication obviously has been striving hard for past couple of decades, or rather 4 decades, how to grow, how to build themselves up. And we have been constantly working towards it. We have been channelizing our resources towards it. And the team at CEC has been constantly working in a very progressive, proficient, and an efficient manner. And the results are showing. Obviously, you all see on a national highway that we appreciate your hurry, but even hurry takes time. So we are working towards that, and we obviously will be able to show a lot better results in times to come. The digital technologies, the pedagogy, the AI, that's something which everybody has been talking about, has been discussed about, has been thought about. And we also have been talking about what could be the ethical framework. That's a very important aspect, because AI actually, what our Honorable Prime Minister, whatever I'm going to quote today is most of his thoughts and whatever he has been quoting up, and he's a role model for everybody, not just me, but all youngsters in this country, and everybody looks up to him, and his thoughts are very, very progressive and positive. So the way Honorable Prime Minister puts it up, he does not say artificial intelligence, AI is artificial intelligence only. It says all inclusive. Take everybody along. That's an important aspect. I'll quote a couple of stories, which some of you, I am a little old, so some of you of my generation would understand that and know about that. We had a very, very unique system problem when I was in school. So we used to talk about the fact that all our jobs are going to be taken away by computers. And everybody was very, very, very worried in 80s when I was in school, and in 90s when I was studying in my school, high school. So everybody was talking about the computers are going to take away everything. Nothing happened. We all innovated, we all got used to it, and we did a brilliant job. The youngsters, the Y2Ks may not be aware of it, but this was the thought process, a genuine thought process where lots of jobs were thought about are going to be lost to computers. There came a time when there was a huge problem in whole of the world. There was something they were talking about. I just used that word, Y2K. Now, what was this Y2K bug? This Y2K was, all of you would recall, how would 199 translate into 200? Computers work on binary system 0 and 1. So they said it is not going to be possible. The satellites are going to fall down, the aeroplanes are going to be, I was finishing my university at that time and I had just finished my MBA. But this was a major thing. Aaj jo us generation ke sabko pata hoga. There was so much being written about it. Nothing happened. 31st December 199, suddenly the clocks were 2000 and everything was fine. So the same thing is being talked about artificial intelligence, that lots is going to change and a lot of your jobs are going to be lost and things. No, that's not going to happen. Yes, we'll have to innovate. We'll have to get accustomed to what future is within the ethical framework. That's going to be a very important aspect. And that's what I would like all of you to understand and brainstorm. Obviously, you all have lots and lots of experience. You all are teachers or professionals. Go back to the society, tell them what it is all about. AI has a very important aspect. You all are using very basic sort of a tool. At least you are using that. Some must be using very high-end tools also. ChatGPT. Now, the basic thing is garbage in, garbage out. The prompt matters. Whatever the prompt is, if you put up a right question to the teacher, you will get the right answer. But if you don't put up a right question to the teacher, the answers will also be haywire and they will never solve your purpose. So AI, garbage in, garbage out. If you have the right mindset, proper prompts, AI will give you best possible results. So for that, you need your human brains to keep functioning, keep doing work. The fact I meet lots and lots of youngsters who keep talking about the fact that AI is going to be taking away our bread and butter or take away part of our lives. That is not going to happen. You keep innovating, you keep using your minds and keep growing. You will change. You will change and you will change for the betterment. As we talk about the fact, it's not the machine, it's the man behind the machine that counts. So always remember that. Always remember that. This is going to be a very, very important aspect in your lives also. So AI is not going to change much. It is actually help you going to rebuild in a better, progressive and a positive manner. As Honorable Prime Minister talks about all inclusive. AI, he refers to as all inclusive. He refers to the fact that we should have a human-centric approach. AI will always be able to grow, will be able to build the societies if we have a human-centric approach and if we work in a very positive manner. That's going to be a very important thing. Honorable Prime Minister has just given a vision which he calls as a Manav human being, the Manav vision. The Manav vision, what does it talks about? Actually, it is an acronym, MANAAV. So M talks about moral values. It talks about the fact, the morality in the society, which we are losing. Which we are losing day by day. Computers have nothing to do with that. AI have nothing to do with that. Just our minds are not developing in a positive manner. We're becoming so shrewd that we are losing that morality. So my thought is, or the way Honorable Prime Minister puts up his vision, that morality in society is the most important aspect. Keep that in mind. All the youngsters and we as teachers, we as professionals have to understand that we keep that into mind. A stands for accountability. Now, accountability is another very important aspect. I keep talking to my officers in my organization. I say, in management, I'm a professor of management. Authority, responsibility, and accountability go hand in hand. If I give you authority, I give you responsibility. But then I give you accountability also. Don't come tomorrow and tell me कि director ने किया था ये. मैंने आपको authority दे दी. So you do it. You do it and you be responsible while you are doing it. That means don't cause any harm to the society. Work for the societal good, and then you be accountable for that. So accountability is a very, very important aspect that we talk about, that we keep thinking about, that we keep building about. The third important aspect coming from Jammu and Kashmir is very close to my heart. Honorable Prime Minister constantly talks about it, and we keep building on that. That is national sovereignty. Some of you may take all these things for granted, but understand how things are in different areas, different parts of our country, how that national sovereignty is being built up or has to be built up, and how AI can help us in this particular thing. So this vision of Honorable Prime Minister is again a very positive one, and he keeps all the what we call it as efforts that are being tied up or are being built up are towards this particular thing only. AI, another MANA, accessibility. AI is going to provide that accessibility to all, everybody, to the goods that we can do for the society, the healthcare systems, the educational systems, the revenue building systems, which can actually build up the lower strata of our society, which can help in the growth of their stature. That's a very important aspect. So accessibility is another important aspect which is covered vis-a-vis vision is concerned. And the last for V stands for valid and legitimate AI systems. As I already spoke about the fact that there should be proper AI systems which work towards, again, the fact national good. अभी आपने सबने देखा ही होगा, we all saw something happen to, earlier it was done to, or it was because of that particular app that we had lots and lots of issues within our country. Around 2 years back, it was banned. And few days back, we had another app which was totally stopped, and it is being stopped till 30th of this particular month, at least. It may continue after that because it was creating chaos, confusion, and turmoil within the minds of the students, playing with the lives of the students, creating a era or aura that something negative is happening even before it had happened, or even if there was nothing of that sort. So working on valid applications is going to be a very important aspect. So this vision, we should always try to propagate. We should try to talk about. We should try to build up. Is a very important aspect, and we should work towards it. I'm sure all the teachers present over here, all the professionals present over here have a lot more better ideas than I have. But it's good to exchange your ideas with your fellow colleagues. It's good to work on. We at our level at Consortium for Educational Communication are constantly looking at disseminating positive, progressive educational content to the students of our country. And IFLU, incidentally, is one of those institutions which has been partnering us for a long time. And it is also a DTH institution. So we, as Consortium, has 7 channels also. So we have 2 schemes, SWAYAM and SWAYAM Prabha. SWAYAM is your MOOCs, the massive online open courses. And we have SWAYAM Prabha, which has given us 7 channels. And IFLU is one of those lucky institutions which runs our channel by the name of Sanskar. So Sanskar takes care of language, philosophy, history and culture, and philosophy and language. And IFLU is an apt institution to run this particular program. I have been constantly talking to the Honorable Vice-Chancellor about how we can improve the content of this particular institution, how we could have a complete broadcasting solution for this particular institution, because today kids are more used to looking at 4K or 5K stuff. So SD or HD will not work in times to come. So we need to have our productions also in 5K or 4K. So at least we can give the content that the students are looking at. We can give a proper and appropriate content to them. I'm sure under the leadership of Honorable Vice-Chancellor, this institution will grow and will be able to deliver in a very positive, progressive manner, and will be able to provide us with sufficient effective details, which will actually be provided to the students in turn, and these students can learn from it. That's going to be that's the motto that CEC is working on. Along with that, obviously our SWAYAM program, we have around about 172 programs launched for this July-December session, July-December 2026 session. So we would encourage all of you to be part of those particular programs. Your students should join those particular programs and use these CEC MOOCs for their betterment, as UGC has prescribed that up to 40% of the courses a student can take through MOOCs. And we would recommend that you join these programs. I know you must be coming from various colleges or institutions or universities. So we have a specific outreach program outlined for this particular thing. Ms. Mahak, who's present over here, is taking care of this outreach program. So you all, after this workshop or during this workshop, can get in touch with her. She'll be here for next 2 days. And we can have a separate designed outreach program for your institution also. So for next 40-45 days, we are going to do that. We are already working on various outreach programs, but we'll have a specific designed for you also, for your MOOCs coordinators, that is the teachers, they are present over there. Mind it, at this moment, we are doing it for students. So your coordinators, will be talking more about that, how your students should join in and what they should do. But in times to come, we'll be working towards how you can develop MOOCs. But this particular section at this moment is only towards how students can build it up. So that's going to be our basic aspect. I wish good luck to the organizers of the conference. I hope you have a very, very fruitful discussions. You talk about where our country is heading towards, where our education standards are heading towards. You must have had read about it in past couple of months. We had 2 very important deals. One was the father of all deals and one was the mother of all deals. The father of all deals, obviously we did with the US, but the mother of all deals that we did with the EU, where education in our times, as ma'am was referring over here, that I'm a Commonwealth fellow or a Canadian fellow and all that, education was more of an exchange program. But now education is moving towards a revenue generating platform. So because if we have to be one of the top economies of the world, we did become the 3rd largest economy of the world. But if we want to be in 1 and 2, obviously we have to pool in or get money from all the resources and use all our resources for the growth of the country. And this deal, which Government of India signed as working towards, where they're also talking about education as a revenue generation source. और आज अगर आप देख रहे हैं तो international universities are opening their campuses in our country also. During my time, a very important topic or hot topic was brain drain, where we were saying the better brains from our country are going outside. But now and we were always working towards reversing the brain drain. But the fact is, it was just not the brain drain, it was the drain on our revenues also, because amount of foreign exchange these students were taking outside the country and spending over there. So now we are not just reversing that, but we are also looking at foreign exchange earnings to this particular thing. So using our AI competence and trying to work on and trying to build it up all in a ethical framework. That's an important aspect. Just 2 words, but these have a huge, huge impact. As Nagaraju sir was just sharing with me and showing me one of the sects of Orissa, how they lead their life and how that's what he was explaining to me. I feel that was the morality at its highest standards. So our culture always have been that rich, ethically very, very rich. The only thing is that how we transfer it to the next generations, how we pass it on to the next generations, and how we sustain it over a longer period of time. We have that habit of sustaining thousands and thousands of years, and we have gone through so much, but we have sustained ourselves. This AI will also help us become more stronger, become more ethical, become more practical, and will not actually harm us, but we'll use it for our advantage. Thank you for a patient listening. Thank you for listening to me. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring inaugural address. your insightful observations on Government of India initiatives on AI for education and development, and your visionary thoughts on CEC role in digital education and outreach programs have eloquently laid the foundation for this national workshop. We are grateful for your valuable guidance and for sharing with us perspectives that will undoubtedly enrich our deliberations throughout the workshop. Thank you, sir. It is an immense pleasure to have with us a towering luminary in the field of legal education, an eminent scholar and a distinguished legal mind, Professor G.B. Reddy, Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Knowles. Professor G.B. Reddy will deliver his keynote address after the inaugural session, that is after the tea break. However, I request Ms. Muskan to give a brief introduction to Professor G.B. Reddy.
Professor G.B. Reddy currently serves as the Vice-Chancellor of the National University of Advanced Legal Studies in Kochi. He is also a Senior Professor of Law at Osmania University, where he previously served in vital leadership roles including Dean of the Faculty of Law, Principal of the University of College of Law, and the founding DPIIT IPR Chair Professor. With an exceptional background that bridges 7 years of active practice at the High Court of Andhra Pradesh with decades of academic excellence, Professor Reddy is a leading national expert on constitutional law, judicial activism, and intellectual property rights. He is a prolific author who has penned 29 acclaimed law books, including landmark texts like Women and Law, and published over 120 research papers. A deeply passionate educator, he has delivered more than 550 guest lectures globally and reached thousands of learners nationwide through his popular digital Swayam courses. In recognition of his extraordinary contributions, he was honored with the Telangana State Best Teacher Award in 2021. We are incredibly privileged to have his profound legal expertise and guidance with us today. We will soon have the keynote address of Professor G.B. Reddy.
A very good morning to the dignitaries on the days and of the days. Honorable Vice-Chancellor, English and Foreign Language University, Professor V. Nagaraju, Professor Dr. Parikshat Singh Manhas, Director CEC, Srimati Sini Manchala, Registrar, EFLU, Dr. Sunil Meru, Professor T.T. Sri Kumar, and our good friends and colleagues, Dr. Krishna Rao, Mr. Raghupati, Madam Supriya, and many more known acquaintances and colleagues from EFLU and dear participants. I'm extremely happy to stand before you this morning and to say a very few words regarding this wonderful national workshop on digital technologies and pedagogy. The right tone has been set by both the previous eminent speakers, Professor V. Nagaraju as well as Professor Manhas. And we are talking about digital pedagogy, which has become inevitable and indispensable now. There will be no takers for a purely Gurukul system, even if it is going to offer the best of the education today. There has been a paradigm shift as far as the pedagogy is concerned. We have come a long way from teacher-centric education to the learner-centric education. Today, the learner is choosing his source of education, whether it is information or knowledge. That is another question. But where to study, how to study, is it offline or online? Is it a Coursera or edX, or is it Swayam or MOOCs? Or is it going to be a classroom ambience? But the digital pedagogy has come to stay. As pointed out by the Honorable Director CEC, AI has become an indispensable component of digital pedagogy now. right from probably LKG and nursery students to the senior-most professors. They are compelled to adopt the AI and to use AI tools. But AI cannot be a total replacement for human-centric education. So long as the technology remains a servant, and so long as the human beings remain its masters, the situation will be wonderful. But we have to remember that famous saying, technology is a very faithful servant, but a dangerous master. And especially when we are talking about AI, supposed to be a disruptive technology, probably it can't be compared to the advent of computers. I'm aware of a project which was started in Usmania a long time back in the early part of this century called digitalization project. In fact, the then Vice-Chancellor wanted everything to be digitized, automated. And today, if I remember well, there is a heavy dispute pending before a set of arbitrators because the company which started its operations, then which was met with lot of resistance from the employees and others, ultimately which had to withdraw itself. Now the matter is pending between a Bombay-based company and Usmania University. What I am trying to tell you is that sometimes there will be resistance, and computer is okay, but at the same time AI has its own cognitive capability which might replace human beings to a great extent. That is the real problem. And we are training AI every day by our extensive use. And today, I think AI translation is as good as, sometimes maybe better than human translation. In the good old days, we used to struggle, Google Translate and all. But today, I think Google Translate is much better. It's using scholarly language. Therefore, use of AI in pedagogy is unavoidable. At the same time, there are issues which require some kind of recalibration, ethical issues, responsible use of AI, and AI for all, as declared by the AI Impact Summit in New Delhi in the beginning of this year. So there are a number of issues to be taken up. Anyway, I have a lengthy lecture to deliver after the tea break. I compliment and congratulate the organizers, the CEC and EFLU, for choosing a wonderful topic for deliberations in this national workshop, and I wish this workshop a great success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for gracing this occasion with your esteemed presence. We are truly honored to have you with us today, and we look forward with great anticipation to your keynote address after the break. I'm certain that your insights and perspectives will greatly enrich our understanding and provide valuable direction to the deliberations of this workshop. May I now request our Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Professor N. Nagaraju Garu, to felicitate our dignitaries on the dais. Professor Parikshat Singh Manhas, sir. Next, Honorable Vice-Chancellor of NOLS, Professor G.B. Reddy Garu. May I request Professor T.T. Srikumar Garu to felicitate our Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Professor N. Nagaraju Garu. I also request Professor T.T. Srikumar sir to felicitate Dr. Sunil Mehru, Joint Director, Software, CEC, New Delhi. I request our Senior Producer Ramesh Chandra Garu to felicitate our Director, EMRC, Professor T.T. Srikumar. No, sir. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Sunil Mehru, Joint Director, Software, CEC, New Delhi, to give his vote of thanks. Before that, I request Ms. Muskan to say a few words about Dr. Sunil Mehru.
Dr. Mehru has been instrumental in coordinating educational content production, managing collaborations. Do you want me to complete, sir? Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Respected patrons, Professor Nagaraju sir and Professor Parikshat Singh Manhas sir, distinguished guests sitting on the dais and off the dais, esteemed academicians, faculty members, participants, and dear colleagues. It is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks on the occasion of the inaugural session of the National Workshop on Digital Technology and Pedagogy, Practical Approaches and Ethical Framework. In an era marked by technological advancement, digital pedagogy has become a cornerstone of contemporary education. It is not merely about integrating technology into teaching, but about reimagining learning experiences through innovation, inclusivity, accessibility, and ethical responsibility. As educator, we are called upon to harness digital technologies, ensuring that they enrich learning while upholding the values of equity, integrity, and human-centered education. This workshop is both timely and significant in addressing these opportunities and challenges. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to my boss, Honorable Professor Parikshat Singh Manhas sir, Director, Consortium for Educational Communication, New Delhi. A distinguished academic leader, an advocate of technology-enabled education, Professor Manhas has played a significant role in advancing digital learning and educational communication in the country. We are honored by his gracious presence and deeply grateful for his insightful address, which has illuminated the transformative potential of digital technologies in fostering inclusive, accessible, and learner-centered education. Thank you, sir. I express my deepest gratitude to esteemed patron of this workshop, Professor N. Nagaraju, sir, Honorable Vice-Chancellor, EFLU, Hyderabad, whose visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to academic excellence continue to inspire, innovate, that strengthen teaching, learning, and research. Thank you, sir. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to Professor G.V. Reddy, Honorable VC, NUAL Kochi, having agreed to deliver keynote address in this workshop. Thank you, sir. I also like to express my sincere thanks to Ms. Singh Manchala, Registrar, EFLU, Hyderabad, for her constant support, encouragement, and cooperation in facilitating academic initiatives and ensuring the successful conduct of this workshop. I convey my sincere gratitude to Professor T.T. Srikumar, Director EMRC EFLU, and co-convener of this national workshop, whose vision, dedication, and meticulous planning have been instrumental in conceptualizing and organizing this important academic event. His efforts in bringing together experts, scholars, and practitioners on a common platform deserve highest appreciation. Thank you, sir. My heartfelt thanks to the distinguished speakers, resource persons, and academicians whose expertise and willingness to share the knowledge will undoubtedly enrich the understanding of digital technology, innovative pedagogical practices, and ethical framework in education. I also extend my sincere appreciation to all the participants who have joined from various institutions. Your enthusiasm and commitment to professional learning are what make this workshop truly meaningful and impactful. Special thanks to the organizing committee, CEC members, and especially Ms. Mehak Arora, Vikas Upadhyay, and Mehroz Alam, and EFLU technical team, administrative staff, research scholars, my friends and colleagues who are sitting here, Mr. Raghupati and Dr. Krishna Rao, and volunteers whose dedicated and hard work behind the scenes have ensured the smooth conduct of this inaugural session. As we embark on the intellectual journey over the 2 days, I am confident that the deliberations, interactions, and shared experience will deepen the understanding of digital pedagogy and empower to create more engaging, ethical, and effective learning environments. With these words, I once again extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed dignitaries, speakers, participants, and organizers for making this inaugural session a memorable success. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. May I now request the dignitaries, professors, scholars, participants to join us for tea in the lobby. After that, we'll be having the keynote address. Sorry, may I request Professor T.T. Srikumar, sir, to felicitate our registrar. Oh, God. నాకు తెలియదు అబ్బా అవి ఎవరు చేశారో వాళ్ళకి ఫ్రీ చేసిన వాళ్ళు హరికి ఎంత రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ ఉందో తెలియదు.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our substantive sessions are about to begin with the keynote lecture that will be delivered by Dr. Professor G.B. Reddy, Honorable Vice-Chancellor, National University of Advanced Legal Studies, Kochi. As I mentioned earlier, sir has been a constant associate of EMRC for a very long time, and it's a happy occasion that he is with us today to give the keynote address. I wholeheartedly welcome Professor Reddy onto the floor to deliver the lecture, and I also request Sunil Mehruji to be the moderator of the session. So once Dr. Reddy finishes his lecture fully, we will have the question answer session.
Dear academicians, with the permission of Honorable Vice-Chancellor, we are starting first session. And the keynote speaker is Professor Reddy sir, Honorable Vice-Chancellor at Kochi. Before we start, just few lines to set the tone of the today's theme. Technology provides platform for fine blend of content delivery with its various attributes for effective learning. The focus remains on tracing the development process of the digital world and how knowledge effectively can be packaged for learners. Time has taught us to walk around the new innovations, methods, and novel ways of learning and packaging of knowledge. Technology is now ready to replicate the traditional teaching practices. Academicians have collaborated with technocrats to rethink for design and development of the new age content and embed them with the technology-enabled digital platforms to serve the society at large. And who better can deliver on this subject is their Professor Reddy. Have a huge clap. Sir, we invite you to please deliver your keynote speaker. Thank you, sir.
Respected dignitaries and delegates. At the outset, I thank the EMRC, EFLU and CEC for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts on digital pedagogy and some of the important issues relating thereto. All of us have grown up in an environment where there have been traditional stakeholders, the teachers, the learners, the parents, the guardians, the institutions, so on and so forth. And if you look at the importance of education, I think we need to refresh our memory, is something which was stated long time back by the Indian sage Bhartrihari in Niti Shatakam. It's there for you to see. Only one expression assumes greater importance on this occasion. Vidya Vihina Pashuhu. That is, a person without education is almost like an animal. And for the purpose of education, it's not only the responsibility of the parents or guardians, but it is an important charge on the state. We think about United States as a capitalist country. Even in that country, way back in 1954, in a famous case called Brown versus Board of Education, the Supreme Court said education is primarily a charge on the state, the government. Things have not changed much. State continues to be an important stakeholder, though the other stakeholders have arrived on the scene. Today, it's not only the private sector or corporate sector, but the technology has also become a part. So that is how we say it is digital pedagogy. And without education, education doesn't mean only the degrees, you know very well. Today, majority of the consumers of education, the beneficiaries of education, may not really aspire to get degrees. This is the latest trend. People are very happy to educate themselves, but they are not really particular about the degrees they are earning. This is one of the problems which continues to plague our MOOCs and SWAYAM courses. You must have seen there are a number of reasons. 5,000 enrollments, 10,000 enrollments, and we come across only 10% of them, or maybe less than 10% of them registering themselves for the examination. Then again, the questions from CEC and other stakeholders, and why don't you conduct the awareness programs, so on and so forth. But we are looking at not a structured gathering. We are looking at people of any age, people from any background, whether they are employed, unemployed, or Indians or foreigners. Therefore, certain structural changes are required, which I would like to speak towards the end. But nonetheless, the importance of education can never be minimized or can never be undermined, even in the 21st century. This is one important aspect. So how to educate ourselves is the question. And how the pedagogy is changing its landscape is another important issue. What exactly is pedagogy? Again, maybe the professors of education will be very happy to enlighten us about the various components of pedagogy, teaching, learning, assessments, and giving an update, so on and so forth. But nonetheless, pedagogy is a very important element in acquiring education, knowledge, and wisdom. But there has been a paradigm shift as far as the pedagogical strategies are concerned in modern times. Because today, I think there are any number of friends who enroll themselves for Coursera, enroll themselves for any other online courses. The courses offered by WIPO, Kalyani madam knows better. I know a number of people who always say that I acquired 10 certificates, 12 certificates, I paid 5,000 francs, I paid 100 francs, whatever it is. But it has become order of the day today. Gone are the days of the so-called Gurukul system. As I mentioned in the morning, even if the government is ready to offer that kind of system, the learners are not ready to stay back in that system. They want to learn by using their own flexibility, convenience, and depending on the utility of the education which they are getting. And that's what the state, the government is doing now, facilitating that kind of learning in various hues and forms. This is another important aspect. Again, regarding the stakeholders also, remember your childhood. I think the teacher used to come to the residence of the student and teach. Then subsequently, he used to come to the residence to take the boy or girl to the school. Parents probably, they remained only the facilitators. Today, parents, the teachers, the students, the institutions, of course the state, all of them have their role assigned to them in the pedagogy. That is one aspect. But a new partner has joined. Sometime back, people used to say techno schools, so and so techno school. What is so great about the techno school? They say we are using the in fact the smart classroom, or we are using many techniques like scaffolding, this and that. Fine, but technology has become inevitable. For instance, when I take a class in my national law school, I find that every student has a laptop connected to internet, and the moment I say something in the class, immediately it is cross-checked. If I say so-and-so judgment, for example, homemaker is a nation builder, latest Supreme Court judgment, 2 judges decided this case. Immediately somebody says, it's not 2 judges, sir, it's 3 judges. And if I give reference to a particular quotation or observation, immediately they are trying to cross-check. The things have changed. This is another important aspect. So the digital pedagogy has emerged, which is irreversible now. Irreversible and unavoidable. Everyone has to embrace it with care and caution. That's more important. That is one important aspect. Another important aspect which we have seen in recent times is that we are moving away from teacher-centric education to student-centric education. Today you come across number of students saying that we don't want teachers. Very sorry to hear about it. After spending almost 3 decades in the educational institutions. But that's what they say. What they say is that we will choose. There is a basket system, choice-based credit system. There is an option, offline or online. UGC itself permits certain percentage of courses can be online. So we will follow that. We can get the transfer of credits, 2, 3, 4, whatever. And the student has become the focal point. Though the student was the focal point, but it is student-centric education. Teacher has become a facilitator. I think the digital pedagogy offers a wonderful opportunity to every teacher to become more relevant in future. Not only in the classroom. Once a wonderful, in fact, a lecture is recorded along with, the 4-quadrant or 5-quadrant module. I think if that is up to date, scholarly, good for articulation, very interesting, or include something like gamification, skill-based learning, then certainly it will be remembered forever. Gone are the days, when, in fact, students used to flock to the classroom depending on the teacher. I remember one of my, very good teachers, excellent professor those days. He used to teach in 3 sessions in Usmania University. Morning college, day college, evening college. Same group of students used to attend his classes for the same lecture, even though it was repeated 3 times. Such a great teacher, Professor T.S. Anantha Narayanan, those days. But today, however good a teacher may be, at the same time, the students' attendance cannot be guaranteed or ensured because the students have other priorities. This is another important aspect. They are saying we want to go for assessment internships. We will choose who is the internship provider. You don't choose, we will choose. We will go there and we will get a certificate. You give us attendance and permit us to take the exam. This is what I am experiencing. I think in many of the NLUs, IIMs, IITs or NITs, this is the thing which is happening now. They call it assessment internships. And I think this is something which provides a wonderful opportunity for the digital pedagogy to make its presence felt, to make itself more relevant, to fill the gap. But I think it needs to be institutionalized. That's very important. Having a wonderful institution at the national level, number of institutions at the state level. At the same time, if every higher educational institution, HEI, is not institutionalizing these courses, whether it is MOOCs, Swayam courses, and other forms of digital pedagogy, giving due recognition to the course, to the curriculum, to the credits earned, to ensure transfer of credits, I think the very purpose of producing such wonderful content at a great cost, using the intellectual property of so many stalwarts and eminent speakers or teachers, that will go waste. I think this is where I think one important solution lies to the present problem. Then, as far as the pedagogy in digital age is concerned, you know very well, nowadays, everything has become digital. People would like to call themselves netizens rather than being called citizens. Everyone is a netizen. Even a month-old baby, if he is addicted to smartphone, you take it away, he will start crying. So right from that till the last breath, everyone is a netizen. So the digital pedagogy has arrived and it has become an integral part of the educational system. This is one important point. And for example, digital pedagogy doesn't mean, okay, this used to be a traditional classroom, then we will convert it into a smart classroom with interactive facilities, right? Chalk piece is replaced by something else. That's not digital pedagogy. It is something else. The mode and the method, the means, the density and the substance of the content which is passed on by using digital appliances, digital technologies. Gone are the days of ICTs. You are calling AI a disruptive technology, but it is not as disruptive as ICT, information communication, right? Technologies, ICTs in the good old days. Same is the case with the digital pedagogy. Initially, it was thought that it is the doomsday for the teachers and the higher educational institutions, schools, etc. Today, it's no more the same saying. Digital pedagogy has come to be an integral part, or maybe the most important form of imparting and learning of education. This is another important aspect. And another aspect is, many people think that online education, which is part of the digital pedagogy, is only a one-way system. Somebody records a lesson, then it is telecast or broadcast through Swayam Prabha channel or something else. Then, people simply watch, they read the module, then they, reply or they write their exams, which are evaluated by using AI, online evaluation. Matter is over. I don't think that's the case. We have a platform. Platforms are being created at various levels for interactive sessions. Therefore, it is not a one-way traffic. It is a two-way flow of information as well as the knowledge. This is another important aspect. COVID, for example, it has taught so many lessons. It has ensured so much upskilling throughout the world. And if you look at the latest austerity measure, which is advised by the central government, every university has received, follow austerity measures, avoid air travel, avoid physical meetings, right? As far as possible, go for online meetings, all those things. This is an offshoot of the practices embraced by us during COVID. What was compulsory during COVID has become optional, but it is the most desirable option. So therefore, digital pedagogy has proved itself to be an important component in the higher education system. And there are any number of examples that could be, seen. There are any number of advantages that could be seen. Personalized learning. Today, the other day, I have seen the State Council Chairman, Professor Balkishta Reddy, saying that we are going to use AI tutors more. Immediately, there was a response from the unemployed eligible scholars saying that if AI tutors are going to be employed, then what about us? But AI tutor will not be created just like that. Human beings are necessary and they cannot be replacement for human engagement, human-centric education. So the personal engagement continues to be a component of digital pedagogy. Then interactivity and engagement, that is also equally important. Like skill-based learning, SBL, or gamification, these are two important aspects. I think many of the higher educational institutions are following this skill-based learning, right? Case studies and giving a live example, then preparing the students to respond as per the knowledge which is acquired. Similarly, global connectivity, I have already mentioned. When we are talking about digital pedagogy, for example, take the case of civil servants. If they want to improve their educational qualifications, they will go to Wharton School of Management. They'll go to Harvard. They'll go to Cambridge, Oxford, whatever it is. Today, it's not required. They can pursue the same courses while sitting in secretariat or simply taking a small sabbatical, but without actually traveling all the way to United States or UK. That is possible because of the digital pedagogy. Whether it is the administration program, management program, or any other cutting edge level program, all of them can be ensured through the digital pedagogy. And I already mentioned that digital pedagogy has proved itself to be a successful experiment in the aspect of higher education, and especially when we are looking at the different aspects. Then, is digital pedagogy foolproof? Is everyone happy? Is it a replacement for Professor Anantha Narayanan? Is it a replacement for the best teachers who are acknowledged? I don't think so. Digital pedagogy has its own disadvantages. But the question is how we use this digital pedagogy. Are you using it as a tool, as a methodology, or as a substitute for the human being? It can't be a substitute, that is for sure. And when we are looking at the so-called disadvantages, digital divide. In EFLU, there is no issue because I think in a particular course, there may be 5,000 enrollments or 10,000 enrollments. Fine. But is there something called digital divide? Is everyone equipped with a smartphone? Is everyone equipped with internet connectivity, whether internet is essential in all aspects of digital education. These are some of the issues. Certainly, there will be allegations and complaints regarding the digital divide, which doesn't provide for a level playing field. I will give you the statistics relating to smartphones in India, official statistics. Don't think that we are in such a, in fact, disadvantageous position as far as access to the digital facilities are concerned. I think we are better off. In a way, I think India is in a much better position as compared to the others. Similarly, another criticism of the, digital pedagogy is about over-reliance on technology. People say that you are mostly reliant on technology, and this technology sometimes prevents us from going for critical thinking, the proper analysis of the facts, the principles, the ratios, so on and so forth. Take, for instance, the concept of influencers. Whatever influencer says is fine. People don't want to look beyond the influencer. Influencer himself may not be well informed. Social media, that's another important aspect. Social media also makes an impact on digital pedagogy nowadays. Because if one person says something about a particular school or college or HEI, I think everyone tries to follow the same. Then we are also talking about the so-called Generation Z, 97 to 2012. I think digital pedagogy has many challenges in respect of this Gen Z everywhere. Those probably, born before 97 or after 2012 may be molded. But the Gen Z, maybe, I'm not against cockroach Janata Party kind of thing. But at the same time, I think, it's very difficult to convince the particular generation. And they have their own takeaways, own preconceived notions, which have to be addressed. That's another important aspect. Then privacy concerns. Recently, I received a mail from Mr. Pavan Duggal. You must have heard about Mr. Pavan Duggal. Pavan Duggal happened to be a news reader on national TV. Now he has become a cyber law expert. I am very happy to receive. I think he sent to everyone, almost every institution. He says, unless you do this, you may be fined 250 crore rupees. Fine. 250 crore rupees fine may be imposed on you if there is no compliance with DPDP Act. What is this DPDP Act? Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023, which talks about the, in fact, data principles, data fiduciaries, and many others. And we have to take informed consent. If the person is above 18 years, you have to take consent. If it is below 18 years, then you have to take the consent of the parents. Then there should not be any, in fact, breach of confidentiality. We are talking about right to privacy. There are a number of privacy issues in the digital pedagogy also. Privacy, confidentiality. Then we talk about right to be forgotten. People want to be forgotten, right? Right to be let alone or left alone. So these are some of the issues which need to be addressed by certain security measures, including cyber security measures. So that's another important issue which we have to look at. Mental health impacts. This is also equally important. In fact, digital pedagogy has both the advantages and disadvantages. Advantages are that there is something like repeatability. You can repeat. You can watch that lesson any number of times. But many people think that it creates stress. It creates mental wellness problems. And many times we have seen students saying that we are like pressure cookers. We may burst at any time. Whether it is actual or perceived, this cannot be ignored. Mental health problem, even courts have taken cognizance of it. Therefore, best thing would be going for some kind of hybrid method, not totally depending on the digital pedagogy. Sometime back I read in Indian Express why we should read from the books, not from the screen. It seems the memory which we develop by reading from a book, printed material, is 20% more as compared to the digital or on-screen reading. And some of the universities have provided analog corners. The students are encouraged to read the classics, to analyze, to do their projects, complete their projects with reference to those without any internet and all. Self-sufficiency will increase. Otherwise, everyone, if 2 into 2 is 4, but you come across any number of people using calculators, smartphones and computers also. So what can be done independent of all these gadgets cannot be forgotten. This is another important aspect. Then similarly, pedagogical dilution. This is another important aspect. What is transferred through digital pedagogy is mostly the information. It's not the knowledge and wisdom. It is for the beneficiary, the recipient, to make either good use or any other use of that in particular information. Therefore, digital pedagogy may also have certain limitations as far as the dilution and effect are concerned. And another important point, cultural homogenization. This is another important aspect. AI also says the same thing. What is this cultural homogenization? For example, in the good old days, we used to depend only on a particular kind of textbooks, whether NCERT or SCERT or some academy, so on and so forth. Today, we have access to different kinds of resources. But recently, we have seen a big controversy took place in NCERT books. A committee was appointed, Supreme Court took cognizance, sensitive issue. Recently, there was another issue relating to dancing girl, right? So 4,000-year-old dancing girl, she made a comeback. That's a different issue. But if it results in cultural homogenization, then the very purpose of digital pedagogy will be defeated. Therefore, certain precautions are required to be taken. And for example, it may be ignorance of certain important facts. For example, history. History is one issue which is very important. It's not purely theoretical, but at the same time, if you ask a particular class of historians, so and so is a fact. If you ask someone else, so and so is a fact. Honestly speaking, when shall the truth come out? Digital pedagogy, whether it is in a position to unearth the truth, is another important issue. Sometimes even brainwashing also may take place. So these are some of the things, I think, which have to be taken care by content moderation. That's where the editorial teams and the other experts' views come into picture. Then let us see what is happening in other parts of the world. Is India alone, dealing with the so-called digital pedagogy? I think there are a number of examples. Like in India, there is a divide between the elite and not so elite. Even in the US, you come across such division. The Ivy School League. So, for example, people always say, I am from Harvard or Stanford kind of thing. And there are any number of lesser known institutions. So how to get access to such content, quality content and exposure to such content? So you have at least 1 or 2 examples. I already mentioned about MOOCs. They originated in United States of America. Similarly, Coursera, 1-week course, 10-day course, whatever it is. Then edX. There are a number of other platforms. I think today, many people all over the world are following that system. US is encouraging it. Europe, the emphasis is on digital literacy, but it is not as much as in the case of United States. It is more traditional, more conservative. And when we look at the Scandinavian countries, for example, I've given the example of Finland. When you come across Finland, you will find that there is a balance or attempt at balancing digital pedagogy and then again the strong teacher association as well as autonomy. I think this is something which deserves replication in country like India. I think we are already doing it. This is another important aspect. Social media also, whether it is Australia or Denmark or many other countries, you come across a bar on the subscription to social media platforms if a person is below 16 years of age. That is another, example which can be seen. Same is the case with South Korea and Singapore. There is a lot of emphasis on, in fact, digital technology. And Japan also tries to integrate even robotics and AI. I think there are a number of takeaways. I'm not saying that there is any single best model which should be followed or which could be followed in India. This is only for the purpose of knowing what exactly is happening. You are talking about digital divide. In some of the African countries, you come across the same digital divide. I gave you 2 examples. You can consult internet. You will find out. This is one aspect. Then when we are talking about the Indian initiatives, the problem with India is this. There are number of initiatives, scholarly exercises, costly investments, institutionalized structures, but many of the people don't use them. This is the problem. Many of us don't use. It is like, having a wonderful public school with all the facilities and having a nearby private school, a corporate school, and all the students will be flocking only to the corporate school, but not to the government school. I think this is the present position. In the good old days, exactly it was reverse. If any person was attending a private institution, that means he was a, in fact, a dull fellow. Today, it's exactly the opposite. Dull, incapable of, studying in corporate or private schools. But similar mentality has dawned upon us. We think that any initiative of the government is a bad initiative, which is wrong. There are any number of initiatives. For example, Swayam, there are number of stakeholders here. You must have trained maybe, lakhs of students directly and indirectly by offering number of courses. Sometimes more than 10,000 enrollment, 5,000 enrollment, and many students sending their feedback. You must have seen. And many teachers went for capacity building. It's not only the students, the teachers who got benefited. Then same is the case with Diksha. So this Diksha digital infrastructure for knowledge sharing is a wonderful platform. Yesterday I was trying to, get access to that. Some kind of single window system. And inaugurated by then Vice President sometime in 2017, this is one of the best. All of them are at at one place, one nation, one digital platform. So same is the case with National Digital Library of India. I'm sure that all of you refer to this. What a fantastic repository of information. Every act, being a lawyer or somebody relating to law, I wanted to check so-and-so judgment. Straight away, a link is given to the Supreme Court website. And there are any number of, in fact, subjects in respect of which we have millions of entries. Are we using them is the question. It's like, purchasing crores worth of books and keeping them in the library and nobody touching them. This is also same thing. The footfall, I think it has to be taken care of as to how many people are actually using them or not. They're using or making use of it. Then there are others, PM E-Vidya, then national education policies, emphasis on, digital pedagogy and AI in education. That I will discuss separately because AI has become an important component now. And for everything, look at the latest advertisement relating to Gemini. Right? Advertisement. Gemini will tell us the engine, search engine or whatever it is, AI-driven search engine, it will tell us, how to clear the backlog as far as the office is concerned. We are depending mostly on these. ChatGPT. ChatGPT is no more the most preferred AI tool. In India, it is number one. But in other countries, it's not. That's the latest update. But these initiatives, I'm not referring to AI and Gemini, but I'm looking at the various initiatives which have been introduced during the last 10 or more years, which are mostly underutilized. This is something which needs to be, in fact, looked into afresh. I think the government, all the stakeholders must ensure that all of them are utilized to the optimum. This is another important aspect. Now I am coming to the ethical frameworks. This is very, very important. When we are talking about ethical frameworks, because without the guarantee of the ethical frameworks, there will not be any equity and justice. For example, take the case of accessibility. If one person, the only difference between a good teacher and a good student now is few seconds, during which the student will get access to the same information. It's not as if the teacher is referring to the best book and the student is not having access. Today, both of them are within the reach of the same source. It's only a matter of few seconds. But the question is whether the student is in such a position to get access to that. That's a point. And here we are talking about the issues relating to the accessibility. The accessibility, because there are marginalized groups. There are persons who may not purchase a smartphone, right? And even according to the statistics of Telecom Regulatory Authority of India or the central government, there are certain substantial segments of the society not having access to some of these digital gadgets or even facilities. Second one is about the privacy and security. This is another important aspect. I already mentioned, because security also is an important aspect, and we are talking about right to privacy, including informational privacy, institutional privacy, individual privacy, different kinds of privacy. If you read Puttaswamy judgment, which is a landmark judgment, different kinds of, privacy. But at the same time, this is an issue which needs to be taken care of. I'm not saying that the educational qualifications should not be inquired about. But at the same time, the right to privacy, which is considered as a fundamental right under right to life and personal liberty by the Supreme Court, needs to be protected even in the course of digital pedagogy. So that is one of the most important issues. For example, when we talk about the business ethics, AI ethics are also equally important. Artificial intelligence is used, no doubt about it. Take the case of AI Act of European Union. European Union has come out with the Artificial Intelligence Act for the first time, 2023. In fact, our DPDP Act has borrowed extensively from that, and also from the General Data Protection Regulation of EU, GDPR. And they also talk about AI ethics. They talk about human oversight of AI operations. Human oversight. Who should oversee the operations of AI? It's not the AI. It is the human beings. So that kind of system, for example, when we talk about ombudsman system or any other system, similarly, we need to have similar system in digital pedagogy also. That's another important point. Intellectual property protection. Intellectual property protection is required from a human rights perspective, from an ethical standpoint, from individual standpoint also. And today, whatever is the content that is produced, I don't know whether anti-plagiarism check is made in respect of the entire e-content which is used in our Swayam programs and other programs. But it has to be strengthened. That's what I feel. Because if it is only cut, copy and paste kind of thing, or simply paraphrasing by using something like Grammarly, what is the original contribution? That's a point. And now, thanks to the technology, whether employed by Turnitin or Ubuntu or whatever it is possible to trace what exactly is the AI content also, percentage of AI content. So here, I think at least the content must, because the AI platforms are not providing lengthy material. They are giving qualified, analyzed, well-structured materials. Therefore, it is quite possible to ensure that there is zero plagiarism or at least less than 10% plagiarism kind of thing. This is another important aspect. Otherwise, it might result in copyright violations, copyright issues. Copyright protection also is equally important as far as the, in fact, digital pedagogy is concerned. Here I will draw your attention to two leading examples. One was something called Delhi photocopying case, which was decided in 2016. Rameshwari photocopying works, the Xerox shop near Delhi School of Economics. It was giving course packs by Xeroxing from different books. One portion, 10 pages from one book, 20 pages from another book, as suggested by the concerned teacher, because it is quite common for many of the teachers to prescribe an ambitious syllabus, even though there may not be sufficient literature in the form of single book. The teachers themselves will say, you can take, so-and-so chapter from Oxford University publication, so-and-so chapter from Cambridge, Taylor and Francis, Routledge, Springer, whatever. And once they come to know about it, the students go to the concerned photocopying center, then they ask, in fact, an ordered or a sequential copying of this. You call it course pack. Is it violation of copyright? Technically, it should be. But Delhi High Court said, when a petition was filed by Chancellor and Masters of Oxford University, one of the parties before Delhi High Court, that it is not plagiarism, it is not copyright violation, it comes under fair use. And ultimately, the appeal which was preferred by Oxford University Press and others, that was also withdrawn, because of the appeal made by many intellectuals in India, saying that most of these books are quite costly, ordinary student cannot pay for them, and it is only for educational purposes, research purposes, which comes within the meaning of fair use under section 52 of the Copyright Act. Therefore, it is no violation of intellectual property, including copyright. Still, it remains a controversial decision. On the other hand, people say that if they paid 20,000 rupees or 30,000 rupees and subscribed to the license given by these, in fact, publishers, they could have easily got access to the same. There is a collective access also. But why this route was not explored? $1 million question. There's one more question, one more case. Sci-Hub, especially when we are offering the science-related Swayam courses and MOOCs, you come across some of the content borrowed from scholarly articles published in Web of Science or Scopus Index journals, Elsevier, etc. But when you want to get access to them, they are available only at the payment, on the payment of $30 per article, $50 per article, which may not be possible. Then comes Alexandra L. Bankia. Alexandra L. Bankia, a technocrat from erstwhile USSR, one of those states, she designed a search engine which can easily give access to those copyrighted articles and databases free of cost. LibGen, Sci-Hub or LibGen. And what happened? It was challenged in United States of America. She did not appear. They said it's infringement. You cannot get access to them. Same thing happened in other countries. The matter landed in Delhi. And funny thing is that in Delhi also, in fact, many people enrolled themselves, implemented themselves, including some of the, in fact, advocates and research scholars saying that it should be available free of cost. But Sci-Hub itself was not represented. Its own advocate withdrew. Now it is in limbo. So there are, no doubt, human rights issues, at the same time, copyright issues, both of them. And there is something ethical. The concern which is purely ethical also needs to be looked at. That's another important point. Intellectual property, especially with regard to the content moderation. No doubt, you can paraphrase, you can summarize, you can quote, but have your own imprint, own style, not to, in fact, copy or plagiarize. Then there are other issues like cultural sensitivity and human-centric designs. That is equally important. So, no effort should be made by any content creator, any agency to replace the human beings altogether by AI. AI is as good as the prompt given to it. In the morning, Professor Manhas said, correct. As you sow, so you reap. Whatever is your prompt, ultimately that will be the output. It depends, everything depends on that only, as simple as that. At the same time, the person who gives the prompt is equally important. He must have the control, she must have the control. Human-centric approach. Then sustainability, equally important is this. Because these initiatives must be sustained. Not one of its own kind. Number of initiatives are taken, are introduced. But are they continued? The real challenge is in sustaining them. For example, take the case of the e-waste. E-waste. Can you avoid e-waste? Altogether, it cannot be avoided. We have to only sustain. Sustainable use. Digital pedagogy, digital technologies also must be used in a sustainable manner while retaining the relevance of the human agency. This is another important aspect. Then these are some of the challenges in with regard to the digital pedagogy. Few of them, infrastructural gaps. For example, we are talking about rural area, urban area. If you go to some remote area, probably, internet is a big issue. So there are some initiatives which don't require internet also, like radio and other initiatives. Similarly, we have the teacher training. The point is very simple. We always insist on continuing teacher education. Our refresher courses, our FDPs, our CDPs, our orientation programs. But I think the focus should be mostly on the digital pedagogy now, not only on the research methodologies, but teaching methodology also. Only when the teacher learns, he will be in a position to impart the same to the students. This is one important aspect. Language diversity is another one, but it can be taken care of. Language diversity, and there are certain platforms where about 36 languages are taken care of. And even Supreme Court is following that. Anuvadini, etc., the software which is employed by the Supreme Court for translating the arguments, pleadings, and evidence from local languages to English and vice versa. Then similarly, equity concerns. Again, another important issue is about the access. There are, in fact, important concerns with regard to providing equal access to all these literature. But look at these Swayam courses. They don't charge anything. And in order to encourage more students to enroll themselves for the examinations, they offered even to return the money, refund the money on once or twice, I remember well. And still the enrollment is not increasing. Then the student autonomy is another important issue, because Now, the students, as I said in the beginning, they prefer to exercise their own options, whether it is CBSE or choice, basket culture or whatever it is. That is also equally important. And ethical safeguards, I already touched upon them. Then resistance to change. The question is, can we resist the use of AI and digital pedagogy? Answer is no. As somebody said, in legal profession also, there was a controversy whether AI will replace lawyers. The answer was that AI will not replace lawyers. AI will replace lawyers who don't use AI. Right? Same is the case here. AI will not replace teachers. AI will replace those teachers who don't don't apply the AI. So they have to update themselves. That's the point. It makes our life very easy. Then I'm coming towards the end now. Maybe another 2-3 minutes, I'll close. What is the need to recalibrate? So what should be done? What are the options? What is the future course of action as far as digital pedagogy is concerned? For example, blended learning modules, they need to be used. As I already said, no single option is the best option. You can't go for totally offline teaching and pedagogy. At the same time, you can't depend totally on the online teaching. Everybody can't be Ekalavya and every teacher cannot be Dronacharya. You need to learn both. Face-to-face association also is necessary. So therefore, already UGC provided for a blended learning, 60-40% and all. Same thing can be done, but institutionalization is necessary. I think our MOOCs, because most of the lessons, e-lessons, which are part of the Swayam and other MOOCs, they are better qualitatively and otherwise, well-structured, more informative as compared to the classroom teaching. So they can be used to supplement the classroom teaching. Both of them can do wonders. Then capacity building, as I already mentioned, teachers must always be the students first. So as many people used to say, we must be ready to reform, perform and transform. This is transformative technology, not disruptive technology, transformative technology. Therefore, everybody has to embrace it. Then community engagement also is equally important, because ultimately what is important is that, for example, corporate social responsibility. We always say 2 or 3% of the profit should be utilized for the society. Academic social responsibility also is equally important. And I think they need to be institutionalized in academic institutions. Then open education resources. Again, I think we need to make full use of these resources. National Digital Library. How many people are really using? Honestly speaking, ask yourself. I too use it only very rarely, but there is a wealth of information. That's another one. Monitoring and evaluation, I already mentioned. We require, a kind of, in fact, human oversight. Collaborative platforms are necessary. For example, now the students are so clever, so intelligent. Recent NEET episode, I gave the name of the candidate. It is one candidate, hardly 16 or 17 years. He briefed the parliamentary committee in the lapses as far as the tendering system is concerned, how it was, manipulated by the bidder, whatever it is. So these are some of the things which we need to keep in mind. Last slide, ma'am. So as far as AI is concerned, I have already mentioned about it. AI is, for example, if somebody says, I'll take half a minute on this. If one of the AI, in fact, tools could beat Gary Kasparov way back in 97, everybody applauded. Oh, Deep Blue, the AI machine defeated Gary Kasparov, the world champion, in the chess match. But how many people know that it was an American grandmaster who trained this AI tool? Again, the human-centric approach is always necessary, whether it is in education, game, or whatever. This is another important aspect. And last point I mentioned in the beginning, Google can translate much better now. You need not search for the words. And about the privacy and other issues, I think now everyone has to take care of this Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023, the compliance, like who is data principal, who is data fiduciary, then right to erasure, right to be forgotten, RTBF, that is something which is emerging now. Under the DPDP Act, we are talking about right of erasure. We can ask for erasing our own information if it is going to be uncomfortable to us, unless it is required for law enforcement purpose. And this is artificial intelligence, I have already mentioned. And this is India's digital landscape. People say we don't have smartphone, we don't have TV, but these are the statistics given by the Government of India through Press Information Bureau, 2025. Over 1,100 crore active mobile connections out of 145 or so, 100 crores. Then approximately 85% of the Indian, in fact, households, they have, in fact, internet, 85 or 86%. Then nearly 85% of the adults, that is about 850 million people, so they already have an active SIM card. So roughly 650 million dedicated smartphone users. The statistics are there for you. If smartphones can be used to access Jabardast or Extra Jabardast or Kapil show, I think, why not? For the purpose of accessing information or enriching ourselves, as far as pedagogy is concerned, this is one simple doubt which comes to my mind. Because even in the remotest area, if a brick kiln worker is using it for entertainment, what about infotainment? That's what I'm trying to make out. I think this paradigm shift needs to be ensured. And conclusion is this. So our future education, as I already said, definitely will be shaped by the digital pedagogy, which is unavoidable. And at the same time, human relevance and human dignity can never be undermined. And because we have certain unique issues in India, economically, maybe we are growing stronger, but at the same time, we have our own cultural issues. We have Indian knowledge systems. Indian knowledge system doesn't mean system as projected by X, Y, or Z. We have inherent Indian knowledge system, ancient Indian system. I think they also need to be remembered. And technology should be used only as a means or tool, not as a master. Technology can be a faithful servant, but it can be a dangerous master. And ultimately, the realization of all these aspects will definitely shape the coming generations in their pursuit of education in India. I take this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I'm sorry for exceeding my time. I wish this great workshop great success and very meaningful deliberations and recommendations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your insightful keynote talk on pedagogy in the digital age, need to calibrate. As very rightfully mentioned by you, digital pedagogy is unavoidable and we have to embrace it. And by embracing it, teachers become more relevant in the current scenario. We should also understand how we use digital technology and the available resources to be utilized to the maximum. Thank you once again, sir, for the insightful talk.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, very true. No one can replace gurus and pedagogies they are following cannot be compared with any technological framework. Sir, I would like to add something with regard to copyright, OER, and all those issues. A brief, not more than 2 minutes or 3 minutes. Sir, efforts are being made by UNESCO to address the issues of free access of the content through Open Educational Resources OER movement that supports lifelong learning opportunities worldwide and ensures that anyone, anywhere, anytime can have open access to the content over the commercial content, as you discussed in your talk also, sir. These open educational resources are widely released under the Creative Commons CC licensing framework. Impetus on OER helps transform knowledge through reuse, remix, and reproduction of educational content for its wider dissemination. In a way, not digital divide, but digital multiply is only possible through open access policies where the content would be translated and localized to accomplish the necessities of individuals and contribute to educating human progeny. OER policies or practices like free access and use, reuse, and remix of content have the potential of inculcate a new pedagogical approach for creating a knowledge world. With these words, I would like to really thank you for enlightening us also. And now I would like to request audience, academicians, participants, if they would like to ask any question, to sir is here. We can clarify our doubts. Yes, sir, please. Sir, you can come here.
Good afternoon, sir. Congratulations for your wonderful lecture. I have two questions. The first question goes like this. How do we understand digital technology? Do we understand the digital technologies as bridges, or do the digital technology create or widen the gap or digital divide, as you mentioned in your keynote address? They create a gap between this privileged and marginalized communities or learners. In this context, as a teacher, how can we ensure ensure the access for all learners, regardless of their socio-cultural, socio-economic, socio-political backgrounds? And another question is like, whose cultural perspectives are embedded in online learning or digital learning platforms? How do we understand the digital curricula which is being developed in the contemporary Indian society or Indian education system? Therefore, I'd like to request you to throw some light on these three important points. Thank you so much, sir.
As far as understanding the digital technology is concerned, I don't think there is any need of a formal training for that purpose. Honestly speaking, it is more or less a self-learning exercise. In the slide on the digital landscape of India, I have given some statistics as per the Government of India Press Information Bureau release, that majority of them, they know at least how to download or how to upload or how to access many of these resources. But at the same time, if necessary, especially in the orientation programs are conducted maybe in the introductory class or maybe in one of those classes. If a technological perspective is given by the concerned course coordinator or the teacher about the availability of platforms, the mode and method of accessing those platforms, using them without, in fact, affecting any other, social or technical norms, I think that will be really helpful. Otherwise, it's mostly self-learning. That is one aspect. The second one is, as far as the institutions are concerned, we require patronage and hand-holding of the marginalized sections who require, in fact, some more inputs, some more assistance technically and infrastructurally. I think the higher educational institutions must take care of that. And again, like, when we want people from marginalized sections to be admitted in IITs and IIMs, many of them are dropping themselves out of it in second year, third year. Why? Because of the lack of bridging programs or special programs to integrate them by capacity building, by ensuring capacity building and all. Similar things can be done. I think there are already some initiatives. Sir would like to add something on this.
Please be precise, up to the mark, and only one question and single question. Please, go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Professor. This is the questions related to the PhD. Recently, Osman University gave the direction that AI should be restricted, not to get the awarded PhD. So when you have one nation, one university, one AI, can we expect that? Thank you.
Honestly speaking, I'm not aware of Osmania University's direction, but at the same time, it is, one digital platform and one nation is the slogan of Government of India. And if there is some kind of uniform standard, because ultimately we have to follow the UGC regulations of 2018 on academic honesty and integrity. So long as we are following within that particular framework, AI also should be covered by that. I don't know whether those regulations touch upon the AI usage. Honestly speaking, AI probably was not used at that time. In those regulations, they need updation, like in the case of self-plagiarism. I think we are expecting one more circular or clarification from the UGC itself on that. And once that comes, the picture will be clear. Otherwise, there can't be one AI for one university and the other for the other. Because once there is a national regulator, we have to follow the same.
Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon all the dignitaries present in the conference. Sir, I would like to ask a very practical question related with the data privacy regarding in the conference. With the increased use of adaptive learning platforms, how can institutions ensure students' data privacy protection without sacrificing the personalized benefits regarding these tools that are provided through digital technologies?
Good question. As far as data privacy and that too the individual privacy is concerned, DPDP Act is very clear. As I already said, there is a well-structured mechanism whereby the data is held in fiduciary relationship, that is the utmost trust and confidence as far as individual details are concerned. And generally, there is a saying that even Right to Information Act is diluted by DPDP Act, one of the provisions of the DPDP Act. And because right to privacy now has assumed the role of a fundamental right after 2017, therefore, prior informed consent, like under RTI, we have third-party information. We try to take consent, and of course, in some cases, even when there is an objection, then also the information could be shared if public interest outweighs the protected interest. That is under the RTI Act. But under the DPDP Act, there are certain penalties also for breach of
in fact, confidentiality, in data confidentiality, 250 crores I mentioned already. Institutions can be held liable because that regime has already come into force. So therefore, something like prior informed consent or third-party information, these protocols need to be developed. But as of now, right to privacy has to be protected. Personal details which are not required for a public purpose, they need not be given any access. Recently, I've come across a very, interesting episode. One professor who was facing a divorce case and matrimonial cruelty case from his wife, who is a judicial magistrate. And he asked for information about the question asked by his former wife or present wife who is contesting divorce. Right to Information Act application contents. So they were asked by this gentleman, he is a law professor, that lady is a magistrate, and now whether that information can be given or not is the question. Like, who is asking the information, whether the details of the applicant can be given or not. So these are some of the issues. So the data protection officers who are appointed under the DPDP Act must take all these factors into consideration before giving any information.
One more question.
Thank you, sir, for the nice overview. I am Kurmanad. I am a professor with Mahindra University. See, recently one judge from Andhra Pradesh, he quoted a judgment which never existed. So this prompted Supreme Court to dump that judgment and issue some guidelines. As a head of an institute, what kind of guardrails would you suggest to your faculty members and other teachers like us?
Very good question, sir. In fact, it's the latest in that particular series. It happened in Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, Chennai, where an order was passed by the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal relying upon two judgments quoted by the advocate. Within 1 month, they were withdrawn. The orders were withdrawn because it was found that there were AI hallucinations. AI hallucinations. This is a reality and probability. AI hallucinates. And when you insist on giving some judgment without cross-checking, these people quoting the same, and without cross-checking, the judge also relying on the same. Both of them are wrong. It is nothing but negligence on the part of both. The advocate as well as the judge also. A judge can't take any judgment on his face value. Latest thing is that till July 50, please see the Supreme Court website. They issued a public notice. They framed certain draft regulations on the use of AI in legal profession. They want our feedback before July 15th. That is the extended date. And already Kerala High Court issued such guidelines to the subordinate judiciary. And only from the trusted AI tools, the information has to be culled out and relied upon, not from any other AI tool. So already you can look at these two. One is Kerala High Court, the other one is the Supreme Court, because responsible AI is one of the slogans of AI Summit Declaration. It's not any other responsible AI. Somebody has to be made accountable. Transparency and accountability.
Sir, if you allow one final question, sir.
Sir, good afternoon. Sir, good afternoon, sir. And sir, when a platform such as Byju's, Unacademy or Physics Wala, they are earning a lot of money by providing education to the technology, then why do you think the government is failing to provide such quality of education when they have all the resources, faculty, and even they will write the textbooks, everything? They'll just write the textbook and make the papers, but in between there is a lot of gap to the private institution. Like private institutions, they are like marketizing or commercializing the education. What is your take on that?
Now, in fact, like entrepreneurship, we have edupreneurship, edupreneurs coming up, Unacademy or, Team Lease and many more like Byju, And that's a big issue. Byju's issue is a big issue. Akash and all. Point is very simple. Most of them borrow the same literature from NCERT published books or maybe Telugu Academy books, right? Maybe Andhra Pradesh Academy books. Honestly speaking, they are not creating any miraculous or really original content, but they are commercializing. Government is not, because government is in the position of a provider. They think that it's their responsibility. Second thing is that our students, the parents, they are more interested in following the books of Unacademy and others, not following the books of our university system or our official publications, which are in no way inferior to the content, which is appearing in the private publications. So this stereotyped notion that whatever is published by the private sector or corporate sector or Himalaya, this and that is much better, I think that should go. Honestly speaking, the government also has given number of publications, come out with number of publications, number of databases. As I mentioned just now, National Digital Library. We have access to so many resources. Many people don't even use, fully knowing about that. So only thing is, one is commerce, the other one is, in fact, a charge on the government. The approaches are different. That may be one of the reasons. So we have to make them realize, the stakeholders realize, if a collector is sending his son to a government school, you must have read in the newspapers. What's wrong in, in fact, Mr. Murli also did that. The former IAS officer, he stood in the forefront of being the best example of using government hospital for delivering a child there also. So if that is the case, our notion should change. The perceived notions, I think they need to change. Government also should be a little proactive. They have to make use of the government controlled media to the best of their ability in order to bring home all these things into the public domain. These are the two things I believe.
Thank you, sir, for answering all their doubts. I request all the experts, faculty, EFLU faculty and participants to join us for the lunch at amphitheater. I also request the participants to wear their workshop IDs so that you will be allowed for the lunch. The faculty can join us. Kindly please join us for the lunch. For you, it's no need to have tags. Now we will, after the lunch at 2:30, we will assemble again here. We will have the technical sessions, and the technical sessions, you will have the hands-on experience sessions and also a demo session. So I think it will be more of interactive sessions. Please be here by 2:30. Dear participants, welcome back. Shortly, we'll be starting our next session. The resource person is already here. He'll be joining us in few minutes. Good afternoon, all. Welcome back to our next session on principles and activities for active participation in online learning by Professor J.V. Madhusudan Garu from University of Hyderabad. May I now request Professor Madhusudan Rao, sir, please join on the dais. I now request Dr. Rajaram, sir, to join on the dais. He will be acting as a chair for this session. Professor Madhusudan JV is the head of the Department of Education and Education Technology at University of Hyderabad. He has previously worked at Northeastern Hill University, Nehu, Meghalaya. He currently serves on the Research Advisory Council of IUCTE, Banaras Hindu University, and the Planning and Monitoring Board of NIPA, New Delhi. He was also a member of ERIC NCRT. Professor Madhusudan has been actively involved with national educational bodies such as NCERT, NIOS, and NCTE, and other central and state universities, contributing to curriculum development and advisory roles. Welcome you, sir. We hope your session will be very active. People can actively participate with a hands-on experience. We have already shared your emails with sir so that he will add to the Moodle. So please, all of you participate in this session and gain knowledge, whatever sir is going to share. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, all the participants. Post-lunch session, workshop. Director EMRC, Professor T.T. Shrikumar, sir. Speaker, Professor J.V. Madhusudan Garu from University of Hyderabad. And my senior colleagues, Professor Sujata ma'am and other my friends from different universities. I welcome you all to this post-lunch session on principles and activities for active participation in online learning. I hope very interesting thing that this is the only area, digital technologies and AI, where the students are faster than the teachers. It is also, many studies have also found that students are in fact excelling in getting kind of a total expertise in these different tools which are emerging on a day-to-day basis, in fact. And it has become a major challenge for the teachers to actually catch up with the participants or students. There is a new term called these days, it is being used as pedagogical divide. We have listened to that digital divide and different kinds of divide, but there is this pedagogical divide. That is where this EMRC workshop tries to throw some light on these aspects. I welcome Professor J.V. Madhusudan, sir, to deliver his lecture, and later we can have a Q&A with our expert. Thank you. Just give him a big round of applause so that we can also come out of our lunch.
Thank you so much, sir. Professor Rajaram, sir, chairperson of this session. Professor Sri Kumar, sir, director EMRC. Professor Supriya Garu, and all the colleagues from EFLU and all the participants. First of all, I feel honored to be here amongst you for this, though it's a, sir has mentioned twice the post-lunch. For me, I had a double lunch actually. I started from home at around 12:45. Before that, I had my lunch early, but sir did not listen to me. So by the time you have traveled, you must be feeling again hungry. So he fed me again, food, fruits, and the sweet as well. So the most victimless person is me actually, huh? But still we will try our level best. Basically, if you see the title, so you can all relax actually, first of all. So it's not going to be lecture actually. We can have discussion, we can have demonstration, we can have engaging with straight into your, I have already enrolled you into the short demo course I have created in Moodle. I'll, if you want, before I get into lecture, you can start doing this. Whiteboard is not there. Anyway, I'll close. Yeah, I'll do. Just one,
One minute.
Desktop.
Desktop you want?
Yeah, or Google Chrome.
Chrome is here. Sir.
Yeah, I'll go. Thank
you. Yeah. Okay. Sir.
Yeah, thank you. This is my course site actually. What I mean by course site is I have my own Moodle's cloud-based site. So I have created the course just for practice purpose. I have created the course called Moodle Trial course. I created Moodle Trial course. We'll try and find out the what to say. We'll try to log in. Because I don't remember password. I frequently log into my own. Yes, this is the, thankfully I logged in successfully. You'll be able to see this. This is a short course actually I have created and you all can join. I'll tell you, I will give you the login credentials. Say for example, this runs like this, mvj.moodlecloud.com. In your browser, you can use this as an URL, mvj.moodlecloud.com, and I'll be giving you the username and password. Username is whatever email ID you have given at the time of registration, your email ID. I have collected your email ID from the coordinators. So your email ID is your username, and the password is common for all of you. 123 XYZ. XYZ, small XYZ, 123. And if you want to do it, you do it now. Otherwise, also you can say, for example, I'll ask this question. Just because we are all colleagues, let us hypothetically assume. Okay. Suppose I'm a facilitator, coordinator of your course, online course, and you have joined online course, you are participant of online course. What I've done is, the first question I'm asking you is, I'm asking you for an opinion poll. Say, for example, think of the most boring online session you ever attended. I'm asking you, think of a most boring online session you attended. What made it boring? For example, I have given here few options. You can join later, and we will do it later. Hands-on also, if possible, if time permits, we'll be able to do it. And we have few options. Say, for example, I will say no interaction, right? Or you might say too much lecturing in the online. Or someone would like to say there was no feedback. All was good, but in the end there was no feedback. Somebody may say that the lecture was not relevant, correct? Or everything was all right, but it was one way, like there was no participation. There could be many more, and you can save any of the choice, and one can see quickly all of. See, basically, when we talk about online sessions, most of you have your own experiences. Say, for example, I have done my choice here. See, most of you have your own opinion, you have your own ideas about online. Even some of you, say, for example, let us be a little bit critical about what happens in MMTT's programs. In MMTT's programs, for example, when online session when we are having online sessions, what happens is basically most of the time it's one-way lecture. And these days, senior professors, I have my own personal experience, senior professors are like slightly reluctant to go for online mode sessions. And you and me, most of us, we are basically trained in offline teaching. We are not trained to teach in online space. And please understand, and I need you to appreciate one very important thing, that teaching is okay, but teaching offline and teaching online are not same. I'm taking deliberately a pause here. You may be a very good teacher in offline, but it does not guarantee that you are a similar teacher in online. So please, when we understand this, then rest of the things becomes easy. Technology is one part. Technology is not going to help us. Please understand this. It's what do you do with the technology? When Professor Rajaram was saying digital, in place of digital divide, what is coming is pedagogical divide. Most of the time, why we are failing is it's basically about techno-pedagogical thing. When to use the technology? When, say, for example, you all know, if simple storytelling can help in communicating what you want to communicate to your students, you don't have to use any technology here. Very simple, traditional storytelling method. If lecture method is helping you, go and use it. If discussion method is helping you, go and use it. See, we need to see when we need to use the technology. That becomes more important in the context of online. So what I have done is I have created here the course, and I will show you a bit later. Like, for example, this is the course I have created, and there is an announcement you can see here. This opinion poll, you can participate. Then I have some background reading, whatever lecture I have planned, the background material I have already supplied. Then you can join, if possible, you can join live session. Right now, sitting here, we can have, supposing that we are online, so we can join that. I don't have to show you the demo, but at least you can easily join live session. And this live session is something slightly different from what you see in other places. Like, for example, most of the time we use external links to join live, for example, Google Meet, Zoom kind of thing. This one, the live session, this Moodle uses is from Big Blue Button, right? So it is embedded, integrated. And once the live session is over, the recording of this will remain there. For some reason, if some students have not joined, they can access the same content later. So here what I wanted to show is there are a lot of features in Moodle. By using, we can make our online courses better. So coming back to this. So I have chosen deliberately topic as principles and activities. I said it and I'm repeating deliberately again. Teaching offline, teaching online are two different things. The moment you see there are the title, you may think, are there any principles when I go for online teaching? If these principles are there, are they backed by any theoretical support? Have they anybody tested? What are these activities? Can I use them? What type of activities they are? Ultimately, will they enhance the participation? Will they enhance the engagement, which is the central? Participation is the central, the most. See, there could be many reasons. When I said these two are two different things, there could be many reasons why online and why offline are different. Or simply you can compare traditional classroom to a distance education. If you don't want to compare online, at least compare with the distance education. You try and visualize what happens to the actual transaction. Actual transaction that takes place should take place in classrooms, inside the classrooms. What happens in distance education, what happens in online modes. And why even now, in spite of so much of technological advancements, offline is being considered as superior experience. Why it is superior experience? There could be many reasons. One of the simple basic reason is emotional reason. The connect, the eye to eye. Say for example, the same workshop, right now we are sitting in the hall, would have been arranged in online mode as well. But the beauty in doing this, in spite of all the troubles that organizers take, or you for attending, you have given some important time of yours and you are sitting here. And imagine the same thing in online mode. So therefore, when we talk about online, the experience suggests that we don't give much effort the way we give effort to the offline scenarios. So keeping this in mind, I have brought something for you, and I'll be skipping because taking into account the time constraint, I'm skipping certain things and I want to straight go into the topic. I just wanted to put you this. I have already shared the slides. I just wanted to share that online learning is growing significantly, not just in India, everywhere, ranging from school level to university level, even in training purposes, context and purposes. Online is becoming very important, and students worldwide, they are going for this for various reasons. We know why it is growing. But at the same time, when it is growing, we have serious concerns in online. Most you ask very casual talk. You talk to anyone, they're not satisfied with the online. There could be many reasons. See, some of the reasons I have listed here. And I want your attention to at least one or two, the most important concerns. Like, for example, first one is lack of face-to-face. This is not there. Right now in this room, I know who is sitting where and their body language, okay, their appearance and what they are doing, okay. If two persons are speaking to each other also, I'll go and talk to them. You have any like this? So that in the purpose is I'll seek their attention towards me. And this is what we all do in our regular classrooms. The strength of our classrooms is we have face-to-face, which is seriously missing in online. I wanted you, and the most importantly, as a result of this, there is no social interaction. The last point which I have to. When you say social interaction, how important it is. See, students, they don't just come to your class. They bring with them all the social atmosphere, the group dynamics that comes into the classroom. I'll take your attention to the students, say for example, myself, as a +2 student, when 11th and 12th, we were having very small group. Within those days, no phones, no mobile kind of thing. If one of my friend is not coming, 3 of us used to worry why he has not come. And by the time interval is 2-3 periods are done, we used to take our bicycle and we'll straight skip the other 2 classes, and we used to. So this is the kind of the emotional and social atmosphere. And you think this is negative? No, it is positive. It is affecting on the learning as well. Later, the kind of social interaction we have, the kind of emotional interaction we have, being in a room is altogether different. So these are some of the unique challenges that we need to understand before going for online. But at the same time, the previous slide, when I said it is growing, I said instead of considering all those factors as challenges, we can take them as an opportunity. When I say opportunity, it's an alternative to the offline. It's not a substitute to the online, but in future, you and me as university faculty, one or other places, we have to use this space. Either you create, there are 2 scenarios, please understand this. Either you are going to create in future fully online, complete online course. If not, at least you may use it in blended mode. These 2 scenarios are. So therefore, understanding online space becomes very, very, very important. You are getting my point, friends? So then what to do this? What to do about this? First thing that comes to our mind is, in online space, why it is not so effective? Maybe because there is no participation. What do you mean by participation? Like for example, I have just arrived, I have no rapport, but normally we don't do like this. In normal classrooms, what happens? We have a strong connection. I know who is sitting where in my regular normal classroom, right? Eye to eye contact is there. But, and based on this, we start with questioning. Previous day, what happened? Can we go about this? Can we discuss this? Can we take about this? I have given some assignment. What happened to that? Those, and during the lecture also, you encourage them to ask questions. So you don't lecture without seeing them or looking at the wall. You build the lecture, you construct the lecture. And the central to that is participation. And why participation is important, some of the points have been listed here. Please pay attention. I won't take much time in explaining them, but this is very important. Without participation, what is happening in online? With participation, what is happening in offline? Please understand this. We need to appreciate. The moment students, say for example, one student, he asks a question, right? Another question. Teacher is responding to the students. You know, suddenly after some time, the student who has asked the questions, his body language will change. He starts paying more attention. You test this, or you have seen this happen, and they start showing more interest in future sessions with that particular sir. Or on the other hand, she is asking questions, but she is getting discouraged by the teacher for whatsoever reason. And slowly, this particular student, what happens is somehow not that she will lose the interest, but she won't show much of the attention or enthusiasm. So participation is central for various reasons. It has got its own advantages. Instead of participation, I would like to use in online context, we try to use this word. Participation is another name, but we want to use, what is this? Engagement, learner engagement. You know it. You know it, what it means when we say this. At least it happens at 3 levels. First at a thinking level. Say, for example, I said my topic is principles and activities in the context of online. Title has been displayed to you. Something is coming to your mind. Are there any principles? Do they really work? Will I be able so use those kind of whatever is coming to your mind without getting into this, whatever is coming to your mind, you started, I engaged you at cognitive level. The second level is I said deliberately somewhere that in future you may have to create online course. If not online course, you may use it for in a blended mode. Either of the situation, you as a university professor going to use this. So you are emotionally connected. The second level, engagement. It is not possible for me to engage you without showing you these things. Then the third point is ultimately what? Are we giving any results in the end of this effort? Whether we are, so by this what happens is this engagement at 3 level, and I am going to make a statement here. The statement is this: the learner engagement is essential, but it happens with the help of our experience in our normal classrooms. We do this. It is not that difficult to engage students in our traditional classrooms, but it is not that easy in where? In online. So what? So then how to do this? This is this. So keeping this in mind, I have brought some principles to you. Madam, you have shared those 3 files. This is there are 3 things that Madam has shared in your groups. There is one link. This link, when you click this book, you can download. This book is adding some tech variety. This book is written by Curtis Bonk and Eileen Koo. Those who are from education technology background, they will know Curtis Bonk at least. He is very popular in education technology, and he conducts a lot of live sessions as well, and he writes very well. His blogs, you can follow him, and this one is very interesting book. This book is freely available for download. Okay, it's around 380 plus page PDF file. You can easily download this book, and this book is, what they have done is they have identified, based on their experience, 10 principles that work in online context. They're getting my point, friends? 10 principles they have identified with lot of theoretical background, I tell you. I'm going to give all those things. And each principle, what they have suggested is, they have suggested 10 activities. That means around 100 activities they have suggested. Now we can see how these principles and how these activities will help us. Okay, friends, can we go ahead? Now, we'll quickly discuss these 10 principles. I wanted to have in such a way that, because you are using only mobile, smartphone, so it won't help much if we are in if you have access to desktop and other things, that would have been different. But nevertheless, we'll try our level best to see that we catch it. Now onwards, we'll be having 10 slides. I'll be taking you through these next 10 slides. These next 10 slides are important. And there is one more file, Word file. That's a handout, actually. What you can do is, you can open, you keep ready that Word file. Anyway, PPT is displayed in front of you. For each slide, for each principle, I have some write-up, most important write-up in terms of why it is needed, some theoretical background, some further suggested reading, and most of those suggested readings, they are downloadable from any of the databases that that you are using. All right. So side by side, you keep the handout in with you, and we'll be discussing from this PPT. Okay, friends, clear? Can I go ahead? Okay. Now onwards, there won't be lecturing now. It's a discussion. The next 10 slides we are discussing. All right. So, and you all have to help me. First principle. See, if you see the name of the book, Tech Variety, this abbreviation TECVARI, that stands for each one of the principle. For example, T stands here for tone or climate. Okay. E stands for something. C stands for curiosity, something like. So they have coined that way. So it looks like some technology based some word, but it is mostly techno-pedagogy that this book is talking about. Let us see the first principle. What is this principle talking about? This principle is talking about climate of the classroom, whether it's offline or online. All right, friends, whether it's offline or online, what is needed is the climate of the classroom, how you create the classroom. Just for example, when students come to your class for the first time, when students come to your class in the beginning of the semester, first week, first day, initial days, how is the mood in the classroom? You normally go on time and you say, you introduce yourself and the course you are teaching, you talk about the course little bit. Then once you introduce yourself, then you ask them to introduce themselves and you casually talk why you have selected this particular institute, what are your career goals, where from you have come. If this is a PG course, where did you have studied? Undergrad, in undergrad also, what are the major? You talk to them. We don't straight directly, we are not dealing with machines there, right? When you talk, what happens? Senior professors, you will tell me, you thought a particular student, you thought he or she is like very shy in the beginning, but by the end of that semester or 1 or 2 semesters, you change your opinion. I thought she is very shy type of person, but not. The reason what happened is you created that atmosphere wherein she has opened up. That's very important. When you create that atmosphere, if you see here, Einstein say something in the near to red font color in each slide. I have selected the quotation which explains every other thing. What here there Einstein says is, I never teach children. I only create the condition where children learn by. Most of the time learning happens, he says. Creating the condition. The creating condition here is psychological. It relates to safety, psychological safety. Students are comfortable. If they are comfortable, they participate. If they are safe, they take more participation. And as a result, what happens? Sense of. So what you have done, slowly you created that atmosphere. See, research, especially in the educational psychology, research supports this idea. Research says that a positive learning environment is very important. What do you mean by positive learning environment? We teachers create that environment. We are not hostile to the students. Our facial expressions in such a way that when we go to the classroom, a smile will come onto the student's face. This, we have created this. A positive learning environment that itself take care of many other things like their satisfaction, their engagement. What do you need? You want them to be motivated. How do you do this? You don't have to instruct you. This is an important topic. I want your motivation. You look here. No, you don't have to do this every time, right? You create that environment and the rest of the thing, they themselves show you the energy. So establishing, a statement is being made here, establishing a welcoming tone reduces anxiety and increases participation. Okay, friends. Now, this is the principle, the simple psychological principle that's being used in a technological environment. All right. We do this by our experience in offline. We are all different in our own way. It's not possible that all of us are similar. Somebody is very friendly with the students, with fun and all. Somebody is very serious, but still he or she is creating that learning environment. Serious does not mean that they are no, they from that style also they are creating that atmosphere. But do we do this in online? We normally don't pay much attention. Here, the alternative is what? The activity that has been suggested is personal introduction. In the Moodle course where I have suggested, I have, if somebody has opened, you just see there is a, just after that opinion poll, there is a space called introduce yourself, personal introductions, meet and greet kind of thing. When you click that meet and greet, a dialog box will open and you can introduce yourself there. And there are a variety of ways. How do you introduce? You can create your own audio and introduce yourself. If you feel you are comfortable, you can create your own video, or you don't want to do this, you simply in the text you write about you, or you have your own YouTube channel, just copy the link and paste it here, where you have a detailed introduction in the YouTube. It's all cloud-based, no issues with memory, right? There are a variety of ways. Or you have one screenshot, you have taken one image, you upload that image. There are a variety of ways by which you can introduce yourself. The authors of this book don't say only this much. They suggest 10 different ways of introducing. One is, this is a basic, simple. They suggest another thing like this. For example, in addition to the personal introduction in this manner, simple manner, they ask you tell about yourself, 2 things which are positive about you, 2 things which are not so positive about you. So by that what happens? The moment if I ask 2 good things about yourself, you don't jump and say, you start thinking, right? It's not possible for you. Or if I ask, sir, can you tell 2 bad things about you? Right? But still, if given time and know the spirit of the class, for the sake of rapport building and fun, we start doing this. And what is the mood after doing this exercise? What is the mood of the class? That is very important. So this principle number 1, and in the handout, I have given more explanation, the psychology, especially the education psychology behind this. For the sake of time, I'm not going more detail into this. And also for the sake of time, I'm not demonstrating this. It's readily available. You can join and you can introduce yourself. By the evening time, I will be able to see how many of you have joined. Okay. This Moodle of mine has a limitation of only 50. So you have more than 50. So whatever first 50 names I have received, I have enrolled. Rest, don't worry about if you are not enrolled. All right. Can we go ahead, friends? The next principle is encouragement. Try to visualize a classroom. Most of the time, we teachers, what we do with our students, whatever opportunity we have, we encourage. If they are writing something, we encourage. Okay, good. Can you do little better? Most of the time, what are we doing is we are encouraging students. We don't discourage students deliberately, right? Maybe sometimes some behavior, our students may feel discouraged, but our intention is not to discourage students, encouraging students, right? So encouragement is central. And like, for example, 2 of you, friends, you are doing something. Are you with me? 2 of you are discussing, and here 2 of you. If you have any issues, please tell me. Okay. Feedback is one opportunity. When you give assignment, they are submitting assignments, right? And say, for example, your observation is that you want to give 4 out of 10. Okay. You give grade wise, you give, but you can give the feedback in such a manner that you can encourage in such a manner that next time that particular student will enhance his score. What needs to be done? Or at least in the class, what happens is your presence in such a way that your responsiveness to the students' queries, or at least students should feel that they are getting supported. Almost all the time, our teacher is available, supportive, and any opportunity, if students are deserving to be praised, we should not be shying away. So these are basic things through which, and research says timely feedback and constructive feedback, both. Sometimes if it's not constructive, we should hold back, or privately we should be talking to the students. We all do this basically. And say, for example, I have used the opinion poll. There are a lot of features in any of the platforms these days. You can go for opinion poll, students polling, these activities that have been suggested. This principle talks about encouragement. Somebody says here 9/10 of education is encouragement. Right? You agree? Can I go to the next principle, please? Anybody is from education background, psychology background? We say teaching is art and science. Why do we say teaching is both art and science? Why teaching is called science? Anybody? First, let us take up science. Madam, why do you think teaching is a science? It is, please be seated, madam. You be comfortable. It is practical, guided by theories. Why it is science? It is based on data, something near to, you mean to say evidence based? Why it is, somebody says some word, systematic, logical, systematic. Therefore, it is science. We know this. Why do we call it art? Sorry? Skill. One fixed way. Exactly. It's not possible, right? You yourself can't be the same in your next class or the same topic. There are different methods. Yes. See, ultimately, it's art. When we say art, the connecting word is it's about performance. And when we perform, you and me, we are two different individuals. The way I perform, the way you perform inside the classroom, we are actors in the classroom. You are the hero of the classroom. Right? So, artist, almost, we are almost, you have every, so therefore, when we do this, we bring in a lot of our own way of communicating to the students. Whether you're trained or not trained or based on experience, you see what happens with the the difference between senior professors or young professors, just see. This is the basic difference. Let me tell you my own example. When I joined in 2002 in Nehu, Northeastern Hill University, I remember this memory is not going away from me. The very first period, first class when I took the formal class, though I was as a research scholar, maybe I used to deal with the junior students in MEd and all, that's okay. But formal master students, so what happened is I finished my class, the first period, in only 20 minutes. I was not knowing what to do after 21st minute, I don't know, blank. And all faces are looking at me, and I was like, then I thought it's the end of this thing. Then I said, okay, thank you, we'll meet tomorrow. I said, I came out, literally running away from the classroom. Not that I'm not prepared. I had enough material with me. Rather, more than 1.5 hours, I could have taken the lecture. 1 hour's class, 1.5 hours preparation was there. And you can imagine, definitely without preparation, I have not gone there. But what happened is I failed because of some other reason. Because teaching is science, method, system, all that okay. But art-wise, so my senior professor in the department, he observed and he called me and he suggested certain things. He talked to me and I understood that it's not just about teaching. He said, I still remember, teaching is only 25% preparation. Rest is performance, 75% is performance. So do we do this in online space? There is a huge scope for doing this. We normally take it similar, and see, there is a recording. That is why I without taking names, I tell you that I know very senior professors. They are extremely good in their teaching, but I have seen their online classes, online sessions, very done. Right? So there could be surprise element. There could be like these. See, there is a, like it says, we in education, we call it constructivist theories. We call it curiosity driven activities. If there are curiosity driven activities, it's always good. Engaging learner through some sort of explorations, through your performances. So some Walt Disney's statement is here. You can see here. There is an activity that has been suggested here is called just-in-time teaching. Just for example, I'm putting very quickly, I'll put it to you, just-in-time teaching. It's one of the very interesting instructional strategy, especially in online context. Suppose you have a good rapport with your students and 50% of your syllabus you have already completed and you are entering into the most important topic now, and you can use this. That means there is a precondition like you have good rapport. Only then you do this. And you announce a topic. Madam, what subject do you teach, madam? One topic, tell me one important topic. Middle of that comes, please be seated. Reporting is a topic. You tell them that I am going to take up in coming days, maybe after 1 week. So reporting, I'm going to take up. What you do is you prepare by yourself. There are a lot of open education resources, course materials are there. You just read by yourself. You give them some space and time, and after a few days, second step, you give them some online Google form, and there you ask few questions like in this particular topic, where did you find you feel like difficulty, where teacher should spend more time, or where did you find that you don't require much of introduction, background kind of thing, you already know. Like this, you ask few 7-8 questions. Like for example, the question is, it goes like this. For example, list the references that you have already you have consumed, reading list and all. Second step done. Third step, what you do is you analyze that. Before going to class, you analyze by yourself. And once you analyze this, you go for the actual live class. And the live class is different, normal. It's not going to be the normal class. Different in the sense, now you know, most of the students said this introduction part, you don't have to spend time. So quickly you will jump onto the topic that they want more discussion from. So this is a deliberately created class. It's not an ordinary class. And by your own experience, you have seen your students have seen this list of references. And according to you, no, they need more. So you have good bank of collection and you suggest them. Just imagine the class, the energy that goes into the class. So this is how you can create some sort of atmosphere through which background is technology, but what is happening is pedagogy. Okay, friends, can I go ahead? Yeah, please. No, there is a difference between flip and this. So I appreciate this. What happens in flip is they change roles. They do a lot of, and here what is happening, some elements, still it's a traditional class. It's not a flipped class. Still it's a traditional class. You go, say for example, in most of the MMTTs, we go and lecture. Instead, what MMTTs, I'm not suggesting, they should do is, well in advance, give the name of the participants, their background, and give them the topic, and let them see. Suddenly, what normally happens, I will be introduced to this thing and the topic also only then. So that won't give much of the energy. Right. Can I go ahead, friends? The next principle is variety. Who does not like, tell me, variety? Ranging from the morning breakfast, right? If the same poha is given every day, I liked poha very much. Then in Indore, I was for 3 days. So okay, done. Okay, और कितना पोहा खाओगे? हो गया ना? तो अब फिर दूसरा you need to, correct? So novelty, fun. Fantasy means it's not possible everywhere. It's not possible to. Definitely. बस. And अमृत जहर भी बन सकता. See, this theory, cognitive load theory, those who are not from psychology, those who are not from education, there are certain theories. You are already your master of your subject, but still end of this session, my suggestion is there are few basic theories you should. Don't have to go detailed reading. Just use any of the AI and tell them cognitive load theory. I have heard about this. Give me the gist of this, how this is useful for my classroom teaching. I have done this exercise and I have given there, but still cognitive load theory, the moment you, what is load theory? What is coming to your mind? What do you mean by cognitive load? What is coming to your mind? Sorry? Stress, something load, right? What is that load? Huh? Information overload, correct? Because you have to retrieve it, you have to memorize it, you have to understand it. So much is happening. And how variety? See, have you ever thought in schools, especially in schools, schedule, how the schedule was prepared? First period, second period, third period. Why I can do like this, for example, one day totally mathematics. Not possible, na? You got what I want to say. Why? Yes. See, one of the simple basic principle behind even the routine preparation, the schools is this type of principles, cognitive load theory. But it does not mean that whatever you want to give, you don't give it. You have to give it, but in a varied instructional methods. There could be a variety of instructional methods through which you can bring in the same masala is same, but you bring in a different way. So diverse formats prevent this overload. Diverse formats of teaching, they prevent this and maintain interest. Okay, role play, for example, social networking, time constraint presentation is very interesting here. In online context, time constraint presentation means what? Here, you tell your students that you have to make presentation for 10 minutes. They come and prepare, but suddenly what you do is you say, no, you don't have 10 minutes time, you have 3 minutes time. They're constrained by the time. And in most of the seminars, when we go for international seminars, national seminars, what happens suddenly? Chairperson will say, now you don't have time, you please wind up. So how challenging it is. And you try to give best of your thing. You don't want to give, you don't read few initial slides and you close. No, you still want to cover everything. So time constrained presentations bring in sometimes variety kind of things. All right. The principal autonomy, especially in higher education. It's very important, especially in higher education. Students relate more with this. They feel like they are the one who are making the choice. They are the one who are controlling. And whatever activities, whatever our instructional methods are taking place, they are very much flexible and lot of opportunities. This theory, this is based on the self-determination theory. The name itself suggests self-determination. If students' energy is involved with this, it is, for example, there is a simple example I will give you. You want to give an assignment and you have one topic and it's given. Instead of that, you have 3-4 basket of topics and ask them, see, there are 4-5 topics, which one you want to work on this? It's they who have, see, you know why PhD students do well compared to PG students in terms of their interest in studies? They choose the topic. If supervisor has not given the topic, most of the cases they choose the topic, and they take it their responsibility, and they put lot of, which is self-determined. The name itself suggests, because autonomous learning environments. So we need to create the autonomous learning environment. If you create the autonomous learning environments, they lead to higher engagement and satisfaction as well. Hot seat questioning has been suggested here. What is coming to your mind, hot seat? Like instead of you telling that you be the person who will be, others will be asking question to you, like that, instead say who will be volunteering, and you announce it, and that particular time, particular day, all the class students will be asking that person the questions, interaction, question on a designated topic, and even you as a teacher can ask. But whose responsibility is this? He has taken this as a challenge. Not all the students have taken, only 1 or 2 have taken. See, there are here a lot of teaching strategies, instruction strategies are there. Open exploration week. Open exploration week here in online context is telling that you don't take any sessions, live sessions that time. Just tell that this is the topic, and there are a lot of open education resources. You do yourself. So it's self-determined, and they will find out a lot of variety of. See, honestly, I tell you, when I'm teaching to my own students in my university, Hyderabad Central University, so what I'm observing is that students bring in a lot of ideas, more than what I thought in my mind. It has changed over a period of time. This is increasing. Students are coming with a lot of preparation. Earlier, we used to tell students, tomorrow this I am teaching this topic and come with, that has gone now. We don't have to tell them. They are coming with such an explosion of material, ideas, content, literature, best of the resources to them. YouTube videos, AIs, assistants, whatnot. So give them, tell them, and they will come and prepare and see the difference in the classroom. MOOCs, there are a lot many, for example, Coursera, you don't have to pay unless you want certificate. There are a lot of courses near to our subject. So join and see such a rich material available on let them read by themselves. So here what is happening is they feel autonomous. We are not teaching in a controlled environment. It's an autonomous environment that they are teaching. All right, friends. आपको बोर हो रहा है लगता है? Very much true. You are already using such excellent. See, whatever could be the purpose. See, particular project they are doing and bring them into the hot seat. Very interesting. And also as part of assessment, for what purpose you are making assessment. It's just if it is for learning purpose, why not? Right? It's a very good example that you have said. Thank you, man. This principle is very interesting. In higher education, students, they want to know why I should be going through this. It's not whether it is difficult or it's easy, how it is going to be useful for me. In the beginning of the session, I said principles and activities in the online, but I told you very deliberately that in future, you may have to create online course. If not, at least blended mode. It is relevant to you. If it is not relevant to you, you are not going to pay attention, please. You're getting my point? At least you want to see what is new thing this man is going to talk to us. It is, if it is relevant. Relevant in the sense it has to be meaningful to any content, any subject you are teaching. Reporting, for example, you are teaching, maybe, I do not know, but there could be some finer elements within that. So he or she cannot ignore at least any one of those things. He cannot say it is not important. I will see when I will see. No, that is not possible. They have to go through all these theories, theoretical foundations that have been there. So the content, we should be making them clear that it is meaningful to them. Not just meaningful, it has to be authentic. The content that we are bringing in, the resources that we are bringing in, the references. Say, for example, I said, this is the principles and activities. And immediately I said, there is a book from which I have, major source I have taken. In addition to that, in a handout, you will be able to see many resources. But the major resource that I'm depending on is from this book, particular book. And it is available to you now. And it is authentic. You trust me. And in each slide, I have acknowledged their work. So the principle that I'm talking is based on some theoretical foundations, and they have been experimented very well by this particular professors who have been talking about this. And it is that way you feel authentic. You don't doubt. Suppose I don't give that book. Suppose I don't acknowledge the source. Whole of the session, you will tolerate me, doubt me. ये कहाँ से पता नहीं ऐसा theory भी है या नहीं. But you don't, any of the keywords you search right now, it's all right. So it's not just meaningful, it has to be authentic. And to whatever possible, as we were talking, teaching is art, we should try and make it interesting. It has to be meaningful. So because it is, again, a theory comes, this theory is called situated learning theory. If anything that student is learning, if it is connected with the real world, then they will learn more. For example, would you like to give example, madam? How do you make them some finer thing you want to give, but it is how it is connected. Theoretically, you are explaining, but it is connected to real world. If you ignore this, you are not going to perform in the field. Yeah. Yeah. Each and every, whether it's a reporting or whether what you are teaching physics, everything has got some connection. If it is not there, this would have not come into our syllabus. It's our job how we make it to. So students are more motivated when learning is connected to their personal and professional lives. Reporting is a very good example. You cannot hypothetically teach students. They practically see this every time. Wherever they are exposed, sorry? Yeah, please. Sir.
We have a theory called agenda setting theory. So media sets agenda for people to think. So for example, if it is election, they constantly give you reporting related with elections, which sets mind for people to think about elections continuously so that they can talk about it and they can also think about how to vote and whom to vote for. So this is how we relate the reality reporting with the theory.
Excellent. Right. Here, asking students to write job connection papers, strategic planning papers. On any topic that you are teaching, ask them to do a short work, short paper. Here paper means not technical research paper. Write some short assignment, how you have learned this thing and how it is connected to your job. These kind of activities. Wiki editing, already something is there, you do this. Or current new feeds, something has come, you act upon those new things. Wherever you say, for example, you are teaching political science or whatever subject you are teaching. So most importantly, it's about how important in terms of meaningful, in terms of authentic, and in terms of interesting. Okay, friends, can I go ahead? Ultimately, we are seeking participation. We want to have engagement. Without interaction, it is not possible. Interactivity. This is very important in terms of making, yes, it was engaging, it was real, it was effort fully made. So teaching, we always consider it's collaborative. It's not one-sided affair, it's collaborative and it's team-based, right? And community of learning, community of learners we create in the classrooms. The way it happens in the offline, it should be happening in the online also. The constructivist theory, in similar lines, the social constructivist theory, it says collaboration is more important. Interactive activities, if there are more interactive activities, it enhances learning. See, in higher education, most of the time what happens, without any offense, I'm telling, our colleagues does not mean within. So whenever I will talk, how was your online session, or how was your Google Classroom, those kind of thing. Yes, I posted video. I posted PPT. That's, see, in higher education, posting something, information sharing is not teaching. Teaching for what purpose? It has to be critical thinking, whether you are able to, and ultimately, if that particular concept you are discussing, whether it is getting connected with problem solving or not. See, these days, information easily available. Students, I take students here. Any PG students in this room? I take students to a Shekhar is our guest faculty. He teaches. You ask him, okay, either they are coming for the sake of attendance compulsory because it is coming, or they want to talk to you, they want to listen to you. We know for what purpose our students are coming to. Sometimes I dare, this is my personal opinion, okay. Just make one experiment. This semester, there is no attendance compulsory. कितना खुश हो जाएंगे स्टूडेंट्स, एक बार देख लेना, ठीक है ना? तो ये क्यों classroom में what is happening, that is very important for problem solving, for deep learning, whether it is happening. Students, they are coming. So interactive learner questioning, discussion, brainstorming, mind mapping, and idea visualization. Just say, for example, your crime reporting kind of thing, just put an idea. We don't have to teach everything. They will talk many things about that. Very much, very much communicate. How we do this? It is every time. See, that is why I said he's an actor, he's a hero, he's a performing. He means not just he or she. Okay. So it's very important. He is the real hero of the classroom. How do we do this? So here, these are the activities that have been suggested. Yes, can I go ahead, friends? Ultimately, it's engagement. It's very interesting. Finally, whether you are engaging, whether you are not engaging. Madam, you all seniors, professors, actually, you will agree with me. Teaching offline, teaching online, where do you do more effort? In both, in both. Any other opinion? Any other opinion? More. I wanted to say this. What happens with the kind of preparation you have done for offline, the kind of preparation, that is not sufficient. Here you do online. That is what I wanted to say. Of course, we do a lot of effort in whether it's in both the scenarios. You are right. But the point here is we need to be that's the challenge. That's the challenge. Yeah, please.
You have 10 to 15 audible. If you have 10 to 15 participants, may I? Yeah, if you have 10 to 15 participants, you can try various models, various tools and techniques over there. However, these days you find programs which are being done online, which says 99 rupees, 55 rupees, and you come for 45 or 50 minutes. The audience number is more than 5 to 6,000. More than 5 to 6,000, and you will find obviously it's a lecture, right? But if you have a smaller audience, you can see from the way the video switches off. Your feedback comes to you immediately. In the online, I'll talk about the offline. In the offline, you see their body language. You can see them fidgeting. You can see they are doodling and a lot of other things. The energy automatically goes down. So you get feedback in both the streams, both types, whether it's online or offline.
The size is, in the sense of the class size becomes, please. Here comes the real challenge of engaging them, whether in terms of feedback, whether in terms of one-way lecture, whether in terms of involvement. Yes. Discipline. No, I tell you, from where we begin our session, one of the most important things that is happening in offline is the face-to-face. The moment you are away from the face-to-face and you are connected through the machine, through the internet and through the screens, it could be anything. And we cannot see whether it is real or it's not. It's all our assumptions. It's all our perceptions. It may happen that they are very much active. It may not happen. Feedback is real or not. But ultimately, we should be trying our efforts. So for engagement, what do we need is we need effort. Please. No. That's what, see, you said it very rightly. That is where comes for real engagement. For real engagement, we need effort.
For example, if you ask question, I have seen students who immediately check it on Google and answer it. They were not actually listening to.
Why not to talk of classes, interviews? I have seen from I you can make their into the different tab. So that's yes. There are a lot. See, therefore, we need, see, I'm very much glad that I'm connected. In the sense, you are all agreeing that. Please.
The devil's advocate. I've been on both sides. So I've been teaching, I've done tertiary level teaching, captive audience. Okay. People sitting here are very lucky because you have the same students for a whole semester sitting there in your class, whether it is for attendance or whether they are there for the love of you. Whatever it is, they are there for the whole semester. For somebody like me who has been in the corporate where people come to the program and they come because they've been asked to come. They are many times in a senior position than the trainer, and therefore they many times try to take the hierarchical upper hand. Okay, with such audience, and I'm saying audience and not learners or students, it is not possible to do this kind of captive
interaction.
You can't do that. Having said that, I may want to share that in my previous organization where I was taking care of learning and development, we had our CXOs who refused to be trained by any trainer. They didn't want to be trained, and we knew that the top level had to be trained. They are the ones who needed the development in order for it to cascade down. And so we built a program called Popcorn Learning Program. We gave them 5 to 6 movies, snippets. We put them in a TV room. We had this huge, television, and the CXOs were there. They had these little bits which we take to the theater. And
Yeah, you could find out the ways how to connect.
so I'm saying that it's possible. Whatever be the situation.
It's possible, basically.
It's possible. However, if we walk into our classroom or we walk into our own work, thinking that we will have a captive audience, I'm giving you an example who people come for 4 hours, 2 hours, and want to take implementable tool, which they want to implement and come back after 30 days and say, did it work or did it not work? Based on that, you get your next project or don't get your next project. But there are a lot of strategies.
Action. So therefore, when we talk about this, basically, we need to be doing more effort, involvement, and we should be investing a lot of our time. It's not just easy. As you said, madam, offline we do a lot of work, but in online we need to be having more strategies in terms of the kind of what madam she was telling. So different strategy, again, we have to. So you have to invest. Engagement, see, I tell you, in education, simple way, we say education at 3 levels: behavioral level, emotional level, and cognitive level. It has to be reflected. So therefore, we need to have a lot of active strategies for this. So microblogging, course discussion, interactive multimedia, glossaries, kind of activities that have been suggested, because we are running short of the time. Tension. You all agree with this? At least with this? Correct. Tension in the sense of content. Say, for example, challenge. There is always challenge. And see, for what purpose we are discussing all this? Tell me. We are not, don't you think we are all getting benefited with this discussion? Let there be challenge, let there be dissonance, let there be controversy also. Ultimately, the purpose is we are learning. If that is the purpose, let there be. So this Vygotsky's zone of proximal development suggests if little bit challenge, optimal challenge, then students will love that challenge and they engage more. So therefore, our job is to appropriately challenge wherever is possible. So debating controversial news, especially in your case, madam. So in reporting time, deliberately you create that atmosphere. Structured controversies, you create the, right? with the purpose of teaching. You are trying to teach something to the students who are going to become yes. So then ultimately, this is in the sense, ultimately, whatever way you are doing, see, madam, you made a different alternative method of those who don't want to be trained. So you made them somehow not through the curriculum, some different curriculum you brought for them. So here what happens ultimately, so I need to be clear with my goal. I need to be clear with my purpose. And I need to be having ownership on this. If this road is not working for me, I will take side. Goal setting theory sells this. If you are clear where do you want to go, you will definitely find the way. If we are not clear what is our goal, what is our purpose, what is our vision, then we are lost somewhere. That's very important. Here, working towards concrete goal enhances motivation, and it is important for their learning and retention. Asking, say for example, we simply, instead of giving assignments, sometimes we can give them, this is a book that you write book review, right? Maybe ChatGPT will do that also. I don't know, huh? So
English so we designed the complete program for them where theory was there. However, at every point, students did a project, not writing a project report. So, for example, if the topic is about interviews and jobs, then they actually held a complete job show. They created it, conducted it, and did the whole job. And they scored without any problem. And they came back, and we did the test. We found that their communication skills had improved. Their English language had improved.
treatment. That is why. So whether our efforts are yielding products or not, ultimately, that we need to see.
Then I think
Yeah, that camera will help for recording purpose. That is why they are saying.
The product that we are actually aiming at the end of the course that we offer for that matter, may vary for different students that I have, right?
No, but ultimately you have some instructional objectives in your mind, whether they are from this background or Y background.
Absolutely.
But ultimately you have your own goal.
Absolutely.
So you do that. For that, whatever you are doing, you have to be doing.
But even that, I think sometimes we may not be able to in one go. It will take some time, right?
Of course, these are all efforts, basically.
That's what.
These are all efforts, basically.
Right.
Okay, I'm stopping here. I have few slides actually. So there was this was maybe it's a happy cry maybe when I said okay. I am remembering when there was some sort of sound, happy sound when I said I'm stopping here. So I will not stop here again. I will tell you, I'll take one more minute. There is some psychological background to this. Let me tell you. Hello friends, please pay attention. Let me tell you, try to visualize a 9th standard class, 9th class or 10th class children, very young children, and teacher is in the classroom and there is a pin drop silence. And after that, his 1 hour's class, he comes out of the classroom and what was that? Was it because he was holding with a great no? At least this man has gone. But unfortunately, another man will come. Okay, na? Maybe you'll have tea break, enjoy. Few slides are there, they are self-explanatory basically. Like when we talk about, sorry? I said, that is why you are asking me to. Anyway, thank you so much. No, I understand. I understand. Maybe tea is waiting for you all.
Our next speaker, Professor Kshema Jose, is also here. After tea break, we will have one more session. Sir, please come here, sir.
Thank you so much.
Before that, we need to felicitate our speaker today, resource person. Sir, it was truly engaging, interactive, and for a while you have turned our participants into good students. I hope that will do with the interactive session. I don't think you need any Q&A again. Okay. Before we conclude, I would like to tell you one, because I got this opportunity to get the mic. I want to take this advantage. There was a story in the recent past that was published that was submitted for Commonwealth Best Story Prizes, Short Story Prize 2026. It was written by Zamir Nazir, and it was so emotional. Even there were 3 blind reviewers at different levels. The story was so connecting, so emotional. All the 3 groups, at 3 different levels, they decided this story must be given the first prize. And this Jamir Nazir got the first prize for Caribbean section for the story The Serpent in the Guru. So emotional. At the end of the day, it was found out it was written by AI. Some delulu by AIs, some hallucination by AIs, and it could went on to win the Commonwealth Prize, short story best prize. So it was taken out, and the 3 other winners were also found to be indulging in the same thing. This makes our job challenging as judges, and at different levels, we need to be a little careful in evaluating our own students' assignments also. Thank you so much, sir. I request all of you to give a very big round of applause for JV Madhusudan, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor J.V. Madhusudan Garu, for a very interesting and interactive session. Sorry, we had that due to time constraint, we had to make it short. We wish that you come once again for other workshops wherein we can have more time together. I request Dr. Rajaram Garu to felicitate our esteemed expert, Professor J.V. Madhusudan Garu. Thank you, sir. We are going to have a 15 minutes tea break. After the tea break, we have weaving interactivity into asynchronous learning events using AI for blended learning by Dr. Kshema Jose. I request all the participants to have your tea quickly and come back to the auditorium. Thank you. Dear participants, welcome back to this session. And I also request Professor Sujata Mukri to chair this session. Dr. Kshema Jose is a teacher, educator, language teacher, and researcher in the Department of Training and Development at EFLU University, Hyderabad. Her work focuses on the intersection of digital technologies and English language pedagogy. As teacher educator, she designs and delivers teacher education and trainer development programs that integrate digital literacies into English language teaching. As a language teacher, she teaches courses in multimodal academic writing and online presentation skills, enabling students to engage with contemporary forms of communication. Her significant research publications are primarily in the areas of learner autonomy, digital literacies, multiliteracies, and collaborative virtual learning environments. She has authored, co-authored, and edited English course books from primary to postgraduate levels and has developed training materials for ESL teachers and teacher educators. She also serves on boards of national universities and international journals and consults for organizations developing digital learning tools. Thank you, Kshema, for being with us today. I'm sure that you'll be having a very interactive session. She's going to do a demo, I think. Please enjoy her session.
Just press this laptop button.
I should have just turned that off, no?
So,
good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. No, I think I need to stand with my laptop. That's why. Yes. I'll move this to this side. I have the time there. Thank you, Supriya, for that introduction, and thank you, Sujata, for chairing the session. Okay, yes. So this is what I'm going to talk about, and this is the last session of day one, and you know what last sessions do, right? It could either go this way or that way. You could go off saying, "Oh wow, I'm going to try this all tomorrow," or you would just click pictures and say, yeah. So let's see how that goes. But in a way, I'm also glad this is the last session, because there I see a good line of a thread of connect from what we've been listening to right from the beginning. It's been quite mind-blowing what people have been talking about in terms of AI and its use in online learning and other learning contexts. I am also going to remind you of what Professor Reddy talked about in terms of, 10,000 applications for Swayam MOOCs courses, and then we end up getting just 1,000 students for, I'm a victim, so I know, tell me about that. So we're going to look at some ways in which we can rectify it. And the background has been laid. There's a lot of strong rationale that people have given you already. And Professor Reddy repeatedly told us that digital pedagogy is inevitable. It's unavoidable. It's here to stay. So, that also makes me skip a lot of the slides that I had prepared. That saves us some time. And I will largely talk about blended learning, flipped classrooms, and asynchronous learning. Quickly, I would like us to remember this, how communication has changed from what telephones were earlier and what telephones are now, how transport has changed from what automobiles were earlier and what automobiles are now. Sadly, what is happening is classrooms haven't changed. And all that I'm talking about is that it is time that classrooms changed, because contexts have changed, society has changed, the jobs that our students are getting into have changed. It's no longer just a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, or a teacher. You have jobs being created every day. In fact, UNESCO and World Economic Forum tell us about this, that the job that your students are going to get into once they come out of your classes are jobs that do not exist right now. So what are we training them for? And when we say that, I mean, during one of those interactive sessions, we were also saying how our students are able to look for answers on Google and give us the answers. So when content and answers are so readily available, what exactly is it that we can give to our students? And I'm calling, sorry, usually attributed to Dewey, I'm really not sure about this, who tells us that if we teach today's students as we taught yesterday's, we rob them of tomorrow. Many of us are familiar with this. And many of us as teachers tend to do this. We say, this is how I was taught. So I'm sure I can do this in my classroom. I'm sure my students will also learn the way that I was taught. And this is something that we need to rethink. And you have an educator, David Warlick, telling us that technology has become a normal part of how people create and access knowledge, access and create knowledge. Yeah, he says technology is the pen and paper of our times. Think about ourselves, right from the time we woke up in the morning. How much of technology did we use and how much of pen and paper did we use? So that's another claim being made towards digital pedagogy. Like I said, because Professor Reddy and everybody else has set the tone, I'm just going to skip through this. Yeah. So digital pedagogy is something that is essential, inevitable, unavoidable, to quote Professor Reddy. And what I like about this is that they also say not using technology, thank you, Supriya, not using technology is a very irresponsible teaching methodology. You know, we're being irresponsible if we don't use technology in the class. And because think about our students. Outside classroom, they are constantly on their phones. I mean, look at us now. Even now, many of us are on our phones. Yeah. When they come into the classroom, what do we tell them? Keep your phones away, open your notebook or open your textbook, go to page number 37 and let's start. Yeah. So we're saying there is a disconnect between their lives outside and their lives inside the classroom. And this is what we need to be rethinking. And one such methodology all of us are familiar with is blended learning, to, you know, bring in technology into the class, where Professor Madhusudan was talking about it, where a part of your learning is delivered through online or digital technology or ICT tools. That's it. So that's blended learning. Quick definition. It says one part of learning should happen inside the classroom, face-to-face classroom. One part should happen outside the classroom. And the part that happens outside the classroom has to be necessarily transacted through digital technology tools, through ICT tools. Why do we insist on that? So asking your students to read that lesson and come to the class doesn't make it blended learning, because we need to deliver the outside classroom part through technology tools. Why do we do that? Because students need to be given access. Students should be given control. This is the autonomy principle that Professor Madhusudan was talking about. Students should be given control over content, time, place, pace, and path. This is not possible without technology, which is why we say in blended learning, part of it should happen outside the classroom. Many of these examples that you see now, like playing a movie in the classroom, therefore is not blended learning because you're doing it inside the classroom. Using PowerPoint slides, what I'm doing now is not blended learning because it's again technology inside the classroom. We need to be talking about using technology outside the classroom. I'm sure you're familiar with blended learning, so I'm just going to skip. So what I would like us to consider is this. If we say blended learning is the answer, what is the question that we are addressing? What is the problem that we are trying to address using blended learning as the answer? So the thing is that technology is not merely facilitative, it is transformative. Blended learning can address a lot of restraints that we have in our face-to-face classes. A face-to-face class has several restraints, right? Can you quickly think of some restraints that you face in your face-to-face direct classes? Time, sorry? Time is temporal constraints is a big constraint. I need to teach so much in 45 minutes time or 1.5 hours time or 3 hours time. There is a time restraint. So temporal constraints, definitely. Anything else? Syllabus, yes, we need to cover the syllabus, so to speak. Yeah, we need to cover the syllabus, or what else do we say? Complete the syllabus, no? Finish the syllabus. Yeah, actually, yeah, covering the syllabus. So think about a student who is an underperformer or a low performer in your class, and think about what is it that is stopping them from performing or reaching their potential. What is stopping them from? That will give you the constraint. So just keep those constraints in mind. And blended learning is the answer, because we are saying bringing in technology is one sure way of addressing that constraint. And the biggest potential, the biggest thing that technology offers us is this path called asynchronous learning. We're familiar with synchronous and asynchronous, right? Synchronous is this. What is happening right now is synchronous. Asynchronous is when you give something for them outside the classroom and something that they can do at their own time. Now, that is valuable. That is very, very, good for us as, sorry? Yeah, it is creative, yes. And it is very essential for us as teachers, because asynchronicity gives a voice to every student. Every student gets time to learn, because when you are saying it is asynchronous, you are giving them time to learn, you're giving them time to reflect, you're giving them time to think. You're not pressuring them into answering a question. As a teacher, when we ask a question in a classroom, how many students answer a question? Only the front rows, yes, and a couple of them. And what do we do as a teacher? We move on, because we don't have the time to make all 40 people answer our question. Asynchronicity gives us that option. Asynchronicity tells us that you can make everyone talk, you can make everyone contribute, you can make everyone participate and learn. So this is what I'm going to look at. This is something that we're going to work on. And asynchronicity gives us a lot of optimal conditions for learning, gives them time to prepare, reflect, construct knowledge, and so on. One blended learning methodology that I'm going to focus on is the flipped classroom. Somebody was talking about flipped classroom. So that's the focus that I'm going to take in this particular session. What happens in a flipped classroom? Professor Madhusudan explained this to us already. In a flipped class, in a traditional classroom, the teacher talks. Yeah, the teacher teaches. And at the end of the class, the teacher says, here is homework. Go and do this homework. We're just flipping that. We are saying, bring the homework into the classroom, because that's where the student needs you. Because homework is where you're checking their higher order thinking skills. Homework is where they have to think and answer. Homework is where they have to be creative. Homework is where they have to bring in critical thinking and problem solving. So bring that into the classroom. The lecture that you give, because it's just a lecture, take that outside the classroom. You don't really need to stand and waste 45 minutes giving a lecture like I'm doing, yeah? So take it outside the classroom. That is what flipped learning is all about. Of course, it has a lot of advantages. We are reversing the order and promotes a lot of these things, yeah? So flipped learning, of course, gives, what I like best about flipped learning is this. I'm skipping some slides, yeah? So what I like best about flipped learning is this. A flipped classroom gives exposure to content to everyone, because the initial exposure to content. So one example I'm going to take is from class 9, Nelson Mandela. If I am a class 9 English teacher, I'm teaching the lesson on Nelson Mandela. I'm not sure how many of my students know about Nelson Mandela. How many of them have heard of Nelson Mandela? So when I come into the classroom and say, open page number 22, let's start learning about Nelson Mandela, the ones who know about Nelson Mandela already have an advantage. What about the ones who do not know about Nelson Mandela? So which is why a flipped classroom works well, because initial exposure to content is taken outside the classroom. Everybody gets to know something about Nelson Mandela before they come into the classroom. And in the classroom, what happens? We get a level playing field. everybody knows about Nelson Mandela. It's not like some people are better than the others. So that's one good thing about flipped classroom. We have a more or less homogeneous topic knowledge awareness in our learners when they come into the classroom. And this is what flipped classroom is all about. So the transfer of information happens outside the class and the meaning making happens inside the class primarily. And quickly, those of us who are familiar with Gagne, we would know that there are these 9 mental conditions that Gagne insists on a student to go through if learning is to happen successfully. Out of this, I'm thinking of flipping 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah. Gaining the attention of learners definitely can be taken outside. Informing them of the objectives. You don't need to stand here and talk about the objectives. If you match this with what Professor Madhusudan was talking about in terms of principles, you will notice that there is, making it relevant for the learners by telling them this is the goal, this is your objective. So informing them of the objectives. Oh, my mouse doesn't show. Okay. So informing them of the objectives, stimulating prior knowledge, a warm-up, understanding how many of your students know about something. And so stimulating their background knowledge and presenting the content. So much can be done outside the classroom. And yeah. So why blending or flipping? Again, something that we've been talking about right from the beginning, because one size doesn't fit everyone. Our students, if there are 30 students in the class, all 30 learn in 30 different ways, or all 30 have 30 different preferences or learning goals or background knowledge or home languages. People come from different setups. So one methodology will not work for everyone. And that is something that blended learning can address. In a face-to-face classroom, as a teacher, there is only so much that I can do. Whereas when you take it outside and deliver it through technology, technology can address a lot of constraints that a teacher is unable to address in the class. This is what I tell everyone, bring in technology to do something that a teacher cannot do. Don't bring in technology to do something that the teacher can do. What the teacher can do, the teacher does. What the teacher cannot do, technology does. What technology cannot do, of course, teacher does. Yeah, so that's a good package. And when does it fail? This is again derived from principles that Professor Madhusudan was talking about. He was talking about interaction. He was talking about engagement. When there is no engagement, when there is no interaction, that is when motivation falls down. Yeah, and that is when there is no learning happening. So think about flipped learning. What are we talking about in terms of flipped learning? We are saying that the initial reading, which can be in terms of a PDF that they can read, or a video that they can watch, or something they can listen to. Take that outside the classroom. Yeah, and it happens at a very individual level, which is when it becomes very boring. Because the student is sitting alone, there is no interaction, there is no engagement. All that you have asked the student to do is read this PDF and come to the class, watch this video and come to the class, listen to my lecture and come to the class. Yeah. So that is when it becomes a very solo material. Now, our challenge is to ensure that these self-learning materials or independent learning materials become less solo. Then that is where we need to bring in interactivity into learning. This is learning. We can only take our students like the proverbial horse to water. We cannot make them learn. Yeah, we cannot make the horse drink water. The horse has to decide. Similarly with students, we can show them learning. We can tell them this is what they have to learn. But ultimately, the learning has to come from them. So just because the teacher talks doesn't mean that the student listens, doesn't mean that the student learns. Yeah. So we need to make them do things. We need to make them more engaged, more interactive, more doing things with learning so that they ultimately learn things like the proverbial horse I was saying. So these are different things that we can make them learn. And in flipped learning classes, many of us, what we think of as interactivity in a flipped learning class is clicking. So when you click, click, click. When you click a button or you swipe, you say drag and drop. You add a drag and drop exercise and you say my exercise or my learning activity is very interactive because they have to do things. Yeah. So a drag and drop, does that make it interactive? Clicking a button, going to the next page, they need to click a button. Does that make it interactive? They are doing things, yes. But does that lead to learning? So interactivity can be many types. There can be lower order interactivity where you're clicking or swiping or dragging and dropping and doing things like that, which may not necessarily lead to successful learning. And so this is something we have to be aware of, that clicking a button or dragging and dropping or typing a response doesn't mean interactivity that leads to learning. What we can think of is, Professor Madhusudan talked about social interaction, right? He talked about collaborative learning, that when we sit together, we learn well. We all know that. How do we bring in that kind of interactivity when you are alone? See, when we are giving a flipped learning material for learning outside the class, it's not collaborative. It's an individual, self-learning, independent learning situation where there is nobody to interact with. So that is where researchers suggest something called cognitive. There are different kinds of interaction that we can bring in. Of all this, I'm looking at only cognitive interaction because when, I'm just bringing your notice again to the fact that when we say we are sending flipped learning materials in terms of a video or a reading material or an audio to listen to, it becomes very boring, yeah, because when it is not interactive. So we are going to look at how we can bring in interactivity into that. One way is giving them embedded micro tasks. This is the only thing I'm talking about, yeah. And you will realize that all of this is common sense. Everything that I'm talking about is common sense. We've been all doing it. I'm only bringing in AI into it. That's the only thing that I'm bringing into this session. So something again, what the previous speakers talked about was chunking. It is one principle of learning. Don't give them 10 pages. Say, read these 5 pages and come to the class. Don't do that. Nobody is going to do that. Will we do it? Ask yourself that first. Before we make our students do anything, you do it yourself first and ask yourself, will I do it? So if you ask your learners to watch a 20-minute video and come to the class, or ask your learners to read a 5-page document and come to the class, nobody is going to do that. And so therefore, one thing we can do is chunking or segmenting. That is one good principle of learning. Break it up into pieces and have something called an interactive pause. For someone who talks about interactive pause, I think I haven't been giving you any interactive pauses. Are you clear about things that I've been talking about so far? Yes. So take an interactive pause here, take a minute, and you understand where I'm coming in from, right? So for a flipped learning, we are thinking of independent. You could even think about this from the context of MOOCs. In MOOCs, we all record videos. Yeah, in one quadrant of MOOCs is recording videos. So you could think about how can we make those videos very interactive. This is why I was talking about the 10,000 registration ending with 1,000 people who come for your exam. That's because the videos are boring. Nobody wants to sit and listen to a half-an-hour video, 20 minutes long videos. One way of making it better is by taking a break every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an interactive pause, making them do something. And what are the things that they can do? You can draw their attention to something. You can say, look at the textbook and underline this particular line, while you are giving your lecture. You could give a prediction task. You say, so much is what we have looked at now. What do you think we will talk about in the next section? So make them constantly think about things. Retrieval microtask, of course, you know what that is, no? Asking them to retrieve something, summarizing. So many of these are small short micro tasks that can be embedded into interactive pauses to facilitate cognitive interaction of an otherwise solo one-sided material. How can we bring that into the classroom or into your video? How can you do that with the help of AI? This is what I'm talking about. Professor Manhas was talking about prompt engineering. Yeah, I hope you remember. He was saying garbage in, garbage out. Yeah, so prompt engineering is something that is very essential. And he also talked about sustainability. We are all in agreement that sustainability is something that helps you develop without affecting future generations' development. Yeah. So you are developing, you are having a good time. You are also making sure that future generations do not suffer. So these are two things I'm going to take up in this particular session. We're thinking about prompt engineering. How do we create prompts that can make your flipped learning classes more interactive? Something that somebody called Dan Fitzpatrick talks about is the prepare model. Some of you might be already familiar with that. He says, don't just tell ChatGPT, give me 10 items on use of articles. Yeah. Look at the first part in blue. Create a test on use of articles a and the for class 9 students. Many of us just use that and end our prompt with that. That's only one part of the prompt. In the prepare model, that's only one part. Don't just stop there. To get a good report or a good result, everything in blue is for the same task. Everything in green is for a second task. Okay, so you could read anyone. Read either all the blue or read either all the green. So don't just say create a test on use of articles and stop there. Give ChatGPT or any AI that you use, give it a role. Say, you are an experienced teacher at creating quizzes. Believe me, there is a lot of difference when you say this and the output that you get really changes. You are saying you are an experienced teacher. You've been teaching for 25 years. You are an experienced teacher who've taught in schools in urban and rural sectors. You've taught in international schools, and so you're giving AI a role. So give it, that is the R part. In prepare is the model, P is for prompt, R is for role. You're giving ChatGPT a role to play. You're saying you are an expert ESL teacher, you've been teaching for 15 years. And then E is for giving explicit instructions. You're saying not just a test on use of articles, but I want 10 items or 10 questions. And those questions can include recognition, application, error correction, writing, and so on. So you're saying these are the kind of questions I want, and you can arrange them sequentially, and you should give me a key. So you're also giving it clear instructions on what you want it to do. Then you set the parameters. You say, don't go all over the world. You are now restricting it. You are saying, give me examples from the Indian context. Give me names from Indian context. So I would much rather prefer a Sita to a Henry, or, I mean, I don't know. Yeah. So Indian context, or you give your own context wherever you are teaching. Explain that context. So that is the PREP. I honestly stop with the PREP part of it. I don't do the A and R and E, but we will look at that. So at least this much is what we have to do. Yeah. Now, why am I saying this? For those of us who are familiar with this model, it is very essential that we do all of this at one go, because that is part of sustainability. You know how much water we lose when we are cooling these data centers that handle ChatGPT and all AI machines. It's environmentally very unfriendly to give 10 different prompts if you can put in all 10 in one prompt, because one prompt or one ChatGPT conversation of 25 to 30 questions might require half a liter water to cool down the data center. Yeah. So the more the number of prompts, the more the water it requires to cool down the data center. This is what I'm concerned about, because prompting is something that all of us do. So much more than that, I would also like you to look at the sustainability part of it. Another thing that teachers are also told is to create drafts of prompts. Don't just type and send and you say, oh, this answer is not a good one. Let me do it again. Don't do that. Create a draft of your prompt, look at it, fine tune it, and only then send it to ChatGPT. You are saving water. Yeah. You are saving the earth. You are saving Mother Earth. So that's something I just wanted to tell you. So the other part of the prepare model is the ARE. PREP is what we have looked at. Okay, so the ARE is what I would like you to look at now. Ask it to do Socratic prompting. You tell ChatGPT, before you create the questions, you ask me 10 questions. Ask me 10 questions to understand what exactly I want. So ask it to ask you questions. Ask ChatGPT to rate its own response from a scale of 0 to 10, 0 to 5, 1 to 5, whatever you want. Ask it what mark score will you give to your own response? Give me a score and give me a reason why you are giving that score. So these are all ways in which you're making sure that the response you get is something that closely aligns with what you want. And then, of course, the emotions part. Depends on context, but it helps when you actually try this out. This is a good, experiment. It really helps if you tell ChatGPT, take a deep breath, yeah, and work through it slowly. Believe me, it works. I have tried, yeah. Earlier, much like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when ChatGPT came, the code that everybody used was think harder. Think harder is what we would tell ChatGPT. Now you tell ChatGPT, take a deep breath, walk through this step by step, approach this carefully and thoughtfully. This is to be used with young children, so I would like you to be more careful. Tell ChatGPT that, and the response really changes. Yeah. So that's about the prompt that you create. Once ChatGPT gives you the response, Fitzpatrick has an answer to that too. Once you get a response from ChatGPT, what do? You edit it. Edit is again an acronym. You evaluate the output. Why? Because who better than you as a teacher to evaluate the output? Yeah. So you have to make sure that, the output that ChatGPT has given you really matches your requirements. And when you're evaluating, you are determining its accuracy. Did it really, for the first prompt in blue, has ChatGPT actually given me a test on use of articles? Sometimes, AI hallucination is real. You can ask it for a test on use of articles. It might give you a test on use of prepositions. Perfectly possible. It is called hallucination. It hallucinates. So you have to be the person who determines its accuracy. You need to decide whether it is good. Identify biases and transform the content. Identifying bias is something that I would like us to think about, spend a little time on. There's this acronym called WEIRD. Some of you might be familiar with that. Yeah. A lot of the data that all these generative AIs have been trained on are data that comes from Western, that is WEIRD, W Western, educated, yeah, industrial, rich, democratic societies. Many other alternative societies are not represented in the data that was fed into AI while we were training it. So which is where we have to take a call, identify biases, determine its accuracy, and then we transform the content. Yeah, because that's, so I like that, workflow of teacher, AI, teacher. So the teacher starts the whole process, the AI helps you, the end product is still yours. Okay, so let's get back to flipped learning. To refresh your memory, we are talking about creating a video that is not a talking head speaking kind of video. We are thinking of creating a video that is interactive in nature. And interactive in the sense of cognitive interaction, because obviously we cannot think about swim videos. We cannot expect our learners to talk back to us, right? So we need to think about building in interaction. This is what I meant by weaving interactivity into asynchronous material. So the video is an asynchronous material, which is a solo material, which is an independent self-learning material. How do you make that interactive? That's what we are trying to look at. So the first step is this. This is a prompt that I have. I'll share the slides with you. later at the end of the end of the session. This is a prompt that I have worked on. So let me also give you an example for this, yeah, so that you know what I'm talking about. So I, as a teacher, where is my mandala? Oh. So think of me as a teacher teaching this particular lesson. Okay, so I am a class 9 English ESL teacher and I have to teach my students Nelson Mandela. I'm thinking of taking out part of the learning to outside classroom setting. And one way I thought I could do that is by giving my learners a video, and I'm trying to create that video. That's the whole activity. Yeah. So I start with this. I go to ChatGPT and I share this prompt with ChatGPT. I attach the entire lesson. I have opened my ChatGPT here. Yeah. So you see, this is what I did. I attached the entire lesson, Nelson Mandela, and I said, I'm teaching this lesson in a flipped learning model, and I would like you to identify 4 parts because the lesson is very long. It's like 10 or 12 pages long. I'm asking ChatGPT to identify 4 separate chunks in this lesson that I can give my students for learning on their own outside the classroom. And what are things that I wanted to consider? I want ChatGPT to consider concepts that can be explored independently. So based on that, it will decide what are sections. Passages that have self-contained meaning, passages that are suitable for class 9 learners to reflect on their own, passages that require minimal teacher intervention. So I asked ChatGPT to give me 4 sections. Why do I need 4 sections? I'm going to give only 1. So why am I asking for 4? Save water. Yes, yes, yes. I like the part that I'm saving water through this. I also would like the part that it is the teacher who gets to choose one. ChatGPT gives me 4. Who knows my learners better than I do? I know them, right? More than ChatGPT. So I look at these 4 and I say, I like this. So take a look at what we have here. So ChatGPT gives me, you can do the same with Claude or Gemini or whoever, yeah? Whatever, yeah. So it gives me 1, 2, 3, and 4 options, okay? And I also asked it to give me a learning objective. So it gave me these 4 options. And I said, I'm going to choose 4, option number 4. So that's the second step. This is ethical use because the teacher, based on their understanding of the learners, chooses one section out of these 4 sections that can be used for our learners outside the class. The second step is where I say, here is the section that I have chosen. I've chosen option number 4. I would like you to please rewrite the learning objective. And then I would like to create a story map using emojis and simple words, and then chunk that into 3 segments. This is where micro learning comes in. So that portion is divided into 3 segments. Take a look at that. Yeah. So from here on, I started moving things onto Mandela. Yeah. I started moving things onto PowerPoint. I started creating a PowerPoint slide. I'm just copying things from ChatGPT, tweaking it the way I want to tweak, and then pasting it onto PowerPoint slides. That's all I'm doing. We are looking at creating videos. I'm sure many of you have done that, but I'm just refreshing your memory. Yeah. So I asked it to rewrite the learning objective and give me a story map using emojis. So here is the story map that ChatGPT has given me. Mandela as a boy, Mandela as a student, Mandela the activist, and Mandela's big idea. So I put that in here. This is my first slide, Mandela, learning objectives. I took from there, tweaked it a little bit, and then I put down the story map. So this is for global comprehension. My students get to know that this is the passage that I'm reading on. Yeah, so it gives them an overall understanding of the passage that is given. So I take the story map, and then I said, no, that it has to divide that section into 3 chunks. Here is the first chunk. I said for each chunk it into 3 segments. For each segment, give me a 1-sentence summary and generate a picture. When a chat of 25 to 30 questions require half a liter to cool the machines, an image, I know, I know, I'm so concerned about this. I'm talking about sustainability, yes. So yeah, so because the theme was set as sustainability. So when it requires half a liter, generate an image only if you have to, because to generate an image, it requires 2 liters of water to cool down. Yes, yes. Which is why don't just arbitrarily create, generate images. I would like us to go to freely available images online. You don't necessarily need to have Gemini or ChatGPT to create, paste. Click a picture on your own or take free pictures available from the internet, anywhere on the internet, and bring that in. So generate a picture. But me being a little mean and not very concerned about environment, because I wanted to show you, yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it. I asked it to give me images and it gave me images, yeah. So I have one chunk and a summary and images. The second chunk, the summary and images. Third chunk, summary and images. What I did was put them onto my slides. First chunk, I said, this is the thing, and I'm asking them to read that part. This is the text from the lesson that I copied and put onto the slide. This is the chunk. So the first chunk, I thought I was free, and I have these images. This is the original text from the lesson. This is the second chunk, again, images, and I have the text. Third chunk, third part of the text, yeah? So this much is done, okay? And after which, what do? We need to be talking. So what we are going to do is we are creating a video from these PowerPoint slides. Some of you must have done that. PowerPoint slides can be converted to videos. Yeah, you can have this is called a narrated PowerPoint. All you have to do is go to record. Can you see my mouse? That's it. Yeah. So you go to record and then you can record your script. So the script as in when my students are viewing this slide, what am I saying? Because remember, it is my class. I'm taking my class outside the lesson. So it's not just sharing slides with them. There is a script. There is the teacher talking. There is the teacher explaining. So when they come to this particular passage, what is it that I'm going to explain as a teacher? That is the script. That is the third step. Okay. So in the third step, this took some time to create the prompt. It is okay, I think. It's fairly good. So I say, please generate a script I can use to create a narrated slide. The goal of the script is to explain the second bullet. The goal of the script is to explain a particular section. So I'm telling ChatGPT, give me a script that I can use to explain Nelson Mandela's second paragraph to my learners. And this is where the interactivity comes in. I say, add one interactive pause after every 3 minutes. Give me a pause and then add a question. It could be for reflection. It could be for retrieval. It could be for summarizing. So you're bringing in a pause and then asking them to, and asking your students to do something. Okay, I'll show you an example because I had to create this and share it with ChatGPT so that ChatGPT understood what I'm talking about. So this is the original text that we are teaching. This is from another context, literature context. So this is a section from post-colonial literature that we were planning to record for a particular video. This is the original text, and this is how we made it interactive. So the original text is like very dense and text heavy. There is no interaction. Here, everything in purple that you see is interactivity added. So you start by saying, think about this. Yeah. If you grew up speaking one language at home and another in school, which one would, which language feels like you? So you have rhetoric questions. What are rhetoric questions? That, yes, you don't expect an answer from. So when I ask you what are rhetoric questions, that's not a rhetoric question. So I was waiting for an answer. So a rhetoric, what's the power of questions? Socrates and Isomachus will tell you the power of question is that when you ask a question, when I ask you what's a rhetoric question, you are all already thinking, right? What time would you like to wind up? You are already thinking. There is, that's the power of questions. When you ask a question, people are already thinking about an answer. Whether you articulate your answer or not, your brain is still working. That's the power of rhetoric questions. So bringing in questions, interspersing your script with questions is one good way of making it interactive. In fact, we tried this in the Swayam course that Dr. Supriya was heading. And then you bring in a lot of examples, you have a lot of sequence markers, you have additionally further, firstly, secondly, thirdly, and so on. And then you say, here is a pause. Can you think of an example from your own life? And then you wait. Yeah. This is something we find very difficult to do in online classes. You ask a question and I find it very jittery to wait for more than 10 seconds. If nobody is speaking, I'm like, what's happening? What's happening? But you need to take a break. Tell your students, go back to your lesson and identify something and write it down, or go back to your lesson, underline that, and then come back to the video. So you are adding an interactive pause there. Write down an example and bring it to class tomorrow. This is how a script becomes, interactive, because there is a retrieval prompt, there is a summarizing prompt, there is a prediction prompt. So reflection prompt. You decide what prompts you want and you add that in. And so on. Yeah. So after this, what I did was I shared this particular prompt with ChatGPT. I asked ChatGPT to give me this, generate a script that I can use. I didn't particularly like this, so we kind of worked with it several times. And the script that you get, what do you do with that script? You paste that. You paste that here in your note pane. The AI script that you have is pasted in the note pane, because when you record, you can see that and read. Your students will not be able to see that. Yeah. So that is one good thing of doing it. So you do all that. See, here is the recording. You do screen recording from the beginning. Yeah. Let me see if I can. This is how recording happens. So you record and I have my notes on the screen. You can't see that. So as a person who is recording it, I can just, I'm already recording. Yeah, sorry. So as a person who is recording, you can read out your script, you can talk to your students and so on. So you do all that and then you end it and you have your, so you record on every slide. This is called creating a narrated PowerPoint. And all you have to do is this, export to video, convert that into a video. It becomes a video and you share that with your students, either on WhatsApp or on, if you have a Moodle or an LMS, you just share that with your students. So, and it becomes something that they understand outside the class, which is interactive. You are asking them to do something and then come to the class. The bottom line is that everybody gets some familiarity with the topic that you are dealing with, and they come into the class having some background knowledge of what you're going to talk about. Everybody gets a level playground. Everybody gets a voice. Every student gets a voice. That's the best thing about flipped learning. So I can end here actually. Yeah. So that's all that I wanted to talk about, how you could share this as a flipped learning class. There are, of course, other things that you can do. Yeah, so that is step 4. Okay, step 4 is the teacher records the narration, exports as a video, and you have this as your pre-class lesson. So plan A is creating a narrated PowerPoint as a video and sharing it with your students. That's one way of flipping your class. Something else that you can do is differentiated text. Let me just show you some examples. I'm not going to run you through that. DFIT. DFIT is an, yeah, you know that? Yes. So DFIT is an AI app that helps you differentiate texts. You can, share the Nelson Mandela lesson with DFIT and you tell DFIT that in my class, I have 3 levels of learners. One who have very low language competency, one with moderate language competency, one with advanced language competency. Convert this text for all 3 levels. So you can create differentiated texts through DFIT. Something that I really like is Notebook LM. I hope you're familiar with that. Yeah. Something that Notebook LM helps you do is this. Yeah. it converts the text into other modalities. So here, what you're seeing here is I shared Nelson Mandela, the lesson with them with Notebook LM, and I asked it to create a mind map. It gives me a mind map. I also created a video. It creates beautiful videos. Yeah. So you can convert your normal, plain, boring, print heavy alphabetic literacy as primary mode of conveying information into other modalities. You can share a video with your learners. You can share a mind map with your learners, and you can share an infographic with your learners, and so on. The third tool I thought you should know about is Magic School. There is nothing Magic School cannot do. It can, okay, it can. No, I was not on my phone, was I? I don't know. Anyway, so Magic School is a third one that you can use. And I'm sure you can check that and see what all things you can do with it. Sorry. Yeah. It's called magicschool.ai. Yeah. So that's all that I wanted to talk about. Teacher tools are, it can generate worksheets and so on. That's worksheet generator and all are not really good for flipped classroom. But in a flipped classroom, you can use the text rewriter, you can use text summarizer, text leveler, and so on. So that's it. This is all that I would like to talk about. And thank you very much. I hope you all get to try your, yes. Yeah, so I hope you get to try flipped learning and keep us posted about what happens. Thank you. Sorry? All are free, all are free. Magic School also free. Yeah. Yeah. For teachers, it's free.
Thank you so much, Kshema. Thank you so much, Kshema. A big round of applause to Kshema. Yes, I'm going to give you the chance. Let me close it up first. I'll give you an opportunity to do that. I'm sure all of you are very happy because, the present session connects with the earlier one. The theoretical part of it has been actually, ran into a practical session with Kshema. And something, EFLU has a history of starting online classes, the first university to start online classes as soon as the pandemic began. We were the first university. But I remember Kshema using all these much before the pandemic. Okay, she's a techno savvy and then very expert in using technology in the classroom. And when we were teaching, she was talking about Google Classroom. She was already using that Google Classroom to submit assignments and to have interactive sessions and things like that. I actually came here to learn. Okay, now I feel very confident, Kshema, that, I was thinking that using ChatGPT, Gemini and all was unethical. But that's what exactly I do. I usually, when I don't have time, I take the help of those apps and then I edit and I rethink, I check whether it is suitable or not. Thank you so much for that. Personally, it's a great session actually. And it also introduced us to so many other methods of using AI in the, the way she explained flipped classroom as, blended learning, every concept is very, it's fantastic. So thank you so much, Kshema. Now I open this for question and answer sessions. If you can, somebody for the mic.
You mentioned that the data centers to get put down require a lot of water. So how is that one?
Yes. This concern about water shouldn't be just the concern of an EVS person. First of all, I would like to say that. Yes. And secondly, like the previous speakers were saying, it is unavoidable. Yeah. There is no way we can escape this. 20 years ago, I remember when I was teaching one of my teachers how to use email and all, her husband would say, oh, computers will die out in another 2 or 3 years' time. But now at least we know they are here to stay. So we have to start using them. The only way we can do that, and the best way we can do that, is if you can bring in sustainable ways of using, like I was saying, not generating too many images and so on. So I would say there is no escaping AI, ChatGPT. And think about our students. When we use, we are also telling our students that it's okay to use, and that it is okay to use provided, there are these riders, you follow these riders. So I think that is the best lesson that we can give us, because there is no job right now, no workplace right now where AI or computers are not used, right? Think about anything, right from a farmer to a fish seller to a vegetable vendor. Everybody is using computers and, ICT. Yeah. So it's our job as teachers. We always say, our students, we are in this particular problem. We face this particular conundrum of digital immigrants teaching digital natives. Yeah. So what do we do as digital? We are, most of us, at least I am a digital immigrant. I vividly remember learning how to use computers. So as a digital immigrant, what can I teach a digital native? This is what I can teach a digital native, the ethical and sustainable ways of using AI.
I'm good with this. I learned it, I'm still learning. That I can give good prompts, and as English language teachers, the teachers, it's not important. The grammar is important, but right now, prompt is
Important, yes.
Thank you. AI itself will teach us. We want to engineer. So if you ask something, if the answer is not satisfactory, the prompt to ask it again.
Yeah, there is an AI tool called prompt generator. You can go to the prompt generator, create the prompt, and then put it in. So we also save water. Yeah.
We have to use it judiciously so that it doesn't harm the environment. And we are not going to have too many data centers, because how much AI we use, we need that many data centers. Like if it is a vast usage is there, they have to build more data centers. And deforestation and water cooling, everything will be there. Each data center produces a vast heat, but cooling it needs water. So we have to use it judiciously. And as Vyoma said, prompting is a very simple thing. You just can't do prompting like, whatever you want to ask, then again correct it and again redo it. No, you should first learn how to prompt.
Observations. I'm Purnath, I'm a professor at Mahindra University. I have been writing on LLMs for right as a journalist. Thanks for that good insights. Well curated, easy to comprehend and understand. Usability is there. A couple of sessions I have prompts. When we are using general purpose LLMs like Gemini, ChatGPT, when we are doing exercises like this, there is a huge possibility of hallucination. So whenever we are doing exercises on general purpose LLMs, you have to tell the machine each time at each prompt that you should not be going out of the material that I have supplied to you. If you don't do that, it doesn't distinguish between the Nelson Mandela question you are asking and Nelson Mandela information that it has. Yeah. So we have to be very careful. So if I were you, I will use Notebook LM, because Notebook LM will not let the information go out of the LLM. So you have the computational power of an LLM, but information stays within the compound. So that is one takeaway. And the second thing is you can maintain a database of prompts. Each time you don't need to invent them. So you open a Word document, you paste all of this, because tested, all of this is tested. After some time you forget them. So you open a Word document, you copy paste all the prompts, that will help. After the initial development of the prompt, you can ask ChatGPT or Gemini, and you tell you are continuing with the discussion. You can ask ChatGPT to see whether it is sufficient enough to get the maximum benefit. So again, it does re-engineering. And while I appreciate your session on the water concept, particularly when you tell this to students, that is important. But let us not walk down too much about that. As it is, we use only a small things. So that can be secondary as you experiment. After some time, anyway, we don't use it. While I appreciate that environment.
So that's a very personal.
Thanks. Thanks.
Any more questions? Thank you, Kshema, for such an interesting topic you have taken. And I'm sure the participants here have learned much how to use these tools. And also, probably they'll be using ChatGPT also judiciously with the right prompts. Thank you very much. I would like to make a small announcement for tomorrow's program. Before that, let us felicitate our expert. Professor Sujata Mukri will felicitate Dr. Kshema Jose. Tomorrow our session begins at 10 a.m. sharp. I request all the participants to be available by 10. And it is compulsory to attend both the days for us to issue the participant certificate. So kindly we request you to attend tomorrow also and make it a grand success. Thank you.
Jairam చెప్పండి Jairam.
I haven't seen that. That's just a comment.